Good morning, all. Welcome back to Verdict Watch Day 2. We will follow along, see if there will be a verdict today in the Cara Rintala case. Hopefully, there will be, because Chizzy, my lovely co-host, we wouldn't have spent 4 hours yesterday talking about what our verdict would have been. Why is my light like I'm in a room full of smoke?
Are you burning things down again? It's because you're so hot. I mean, it got you smoking over there.
Ladies. Lefty, I'm trying to make it a new trend.
Oh.
But even if we're late, we still have This Way Up here and Wheelhammer. Again, amazing intro for the Vices on Monday, where you're going to talk about the Zachariah Anderson case. I played it yesterday. We probably will have time to play it again today for new people when people stops by. Iris is here, my little wrench. Vinasaur, my little Dane. And Sean Bird. Well, hopefully it won't be that long, because I really can't see what should take them so long. Did I touch the lens or something? I think it seems so blurry.
That's weird.
Yeah, but I did this yesterday, so or this morning. So we have Iris here, the other Iris.
Nice.
Danny T is ready from the morning to go. So is Luna. Yeah, Luna did have a new picture. I said it. You said, no, it's the same as always when we were streaming this morning. Normally she doesn't wear glasses. But HOT as ever. Good morning, Miami Spice. Lefty the trendsetter. Vinasaur. I pretend I didn't read that one.
Well, I'm sort of hoping they come back with a verdict quick today. That would be
and a clear verdict.
Yes.
The longer it goes, the more it leans towards either, in my opinion, a long discussion, a quick one within the first 2 hours, what I would suspect to be guilty. Right. When you go from 2 hours to maybe 6 to 8 hours, I would say not guilty. And after that, you're fighting to convert the last few in the room, and that's when you get into another hung trial. Good morning, Pixie, Alexandra.
Sounds like there's action.
Good morning. Now before the court is Hampshire County Indictment 1180 CR 0128, the Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala, the matter currently on trial.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
So let's
Sound.
give a drink.
Just needs a little more volume.
That's not much more volume to give them. I'm trying to clean my cam. Yeah, it looked better.
Yeah. Morning, Lexi.
It's just my fat fingers on the cam from this morning. Talking about this morning, it just got way better. How you doing?
Hi.
Look at those lashes.
Oh, they are so wonderful. Aww.
It was last day yesterday.
It was.
And a 90210 shirt.
Yeah.
Hey, Carlene. Rabbit is here.
Yeah, Rabbit will have to head out for a little while. She get that out probably in about 20 minutes or so. I'm hoping we get.
Oh, I have to put this one back in so I can hear what people are saying. Alan Walsh from Scotland is here. He didn't blow away yesterday. Cool Gamer is here. You have my email address. You just hit me up whenever it's convenient for you.
Court is now in session. You may be seated.
Good morning. So again, I must ask if anyone had any difficulty following the instructions that I gave when we broke yesterday, and again, that I've been giving throughout the trial. First, not to discuss the case with anyone, including each other, again, apart from your deliberations, of course. Also, to refrain from any form of outside research or investigation concerning this case or any matter related to this case, to avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, and to avoid all media accounts concerning this case. If anyone had any difficulty following any of those instructions, please raise your hand. And I see no response. So we will send you back to resume your deliberations.
Yeah, they're just blocking off the screen because the people are walking by. They may have some discussion, so they're making sure the jurors can't be seen. So they're putting something up in front of it.
Yeah, because sometimes they get a little bit of juries in there. That's not appreciated.
Right.
Will they talk about anything? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. They may.
So
May have some motions.
don't stray too far. We'll be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nope.
Nope. So now we just.
Thank you.
Well, it wasn't anything. No.
It's just Rosemary talking to them.
Yeah, I'm going to put that on the second screen, and then we can always find some other entertaining stuff to do. But how you doing, Jamie girl?
I'm good.
You're good. Hey, Christine.
Hey, Christine.
Well, it's probably a hookup in the algorithm. I can no speak. So, no, but as I said before, and it seems like the judge has an idea about it too, I can't see it going for so long.
No.
Alexandra, we'll try.
I know.
She just don't want us to do anything visual fun. So no paintings today. But what do you want? Not to, what you were saying something about how it's going, Jamie.
No, I'm just like, I mean, maybe there's people that are actually thinking she's guilty by what they showed. Because we've had this discussion about the blood evidence that they claim is there.
Yeah, the end all be all.
Mm-hmm. And it, like, again, you talked about it's like the Zachariah trial, you know, they never actually determined it was blood, but how many people out there, that's what they were saying. Well, they found blood. Yeah. Well, no, they didn't. They never said that. So.
And again, we saw it in the Rittenhouse case. How many people still believe he shot two black guys?
Oh, yeah. Shot and killed them, dead. Just right there in the middle of the street in cold blood. Carried a weapon across state lines and hunted them down.
I actually met somebody over the weekend that we were discussing something because I told them I watched trials and they were like talking to me about that one. And oh my God, I found out. Yeah, they were saying that. And I was like, what? So I'm not surprised.
Not surprised one bit. It's people don't pay a whole. They use their bandwidth for other things, which is understandable. We all do it. I mean, my wife will mention something. I'm like, yeah, I don't know anything about that. I really don't.
Well, at the gym today, not to stray too far into politics, but still, it's a good way to see how people see stuff. A guy asked me because he knows I'm kind of into politics, and he said, "Oh, did you watch the debate last night?" I said, "No, I watched a few highlights, but it wasn't important." No, because the tea guy didn't show up. I said, "Why should he?" Well, it's a debate. I said, "No, he's 50% ahead in the polls. You stay the f away from a fight when you're that far ahead.
Yep.
You don't go slumming if you're living in the penthouse, because you can't be in a mud fight without getting dirty." But he was. But it's so good. It's a debate. People can hear him. No, he got all the time he wanted to speak without anyone yelling at him.
Yep. And especially whenever he's that far on in the polls, about the only time that he would need to do anything is whenever they've got out of that whole group, whenever they've got someone that's a clear front runner, then he might jump into a debate with them, or maybe 2 or 3 people that are in there. That would be the only way that I could see him jumping into a debate with any of them. But right now it's a bunch of like poop slinging back and forth. I mean, I caught a couple of things out of it today, and I was just like, yeah, there's nothing to cover here. It's not even worth covering these people, and because I'll follow the debates, but it's the same thing that they said at their last debate. There was no difference.
Yeah.
It was just a bunch of people on stage arguing over scraps, and it's like,
if you're that far ahead, you don't show, because people will see you fighting with people, and that's why I hate modern politics. It's not civil anymore. It's and I don't care if you're red, blue, white, yellow, whatever party color you have.
Doesn't matter.
People are getting so nasty. We have abortion rights debate right now in Denmark, and there's so many strawmans being thrown out. The Conservative Party wants this. We had one girl yesterday comparing it because we have a saying in Denmark that everything between every steak under 200 grams is just to put on a sandwich. It's not a meal. And she said, well, a baby at 18 weeks weighs less than 200, so it's just stuffing for a sandwich. And when people said, "What the f did you just say?" It's a joke. Can't you? Oh, did you go woke? Can't you handle a joke? But you don't compare a fetus with cold cuts for a sandwich. And Examoon, no, I'm not the greatest. I don't know if he techno or DJing. I'm not a big, and especially the only Dutch music I listened to was the 80s Euro thing. But again, sorry, I jumped from one thing to another. But I just hate politics. Has to be I hate you. Why isn't it? What could we do for you, and why should you give me the power to do something?
Yeah.
And that's just stupid, because how many eyes watched him yesterday? He went to the picket line with Ford or whatever it was, and more people probably watched that than the debates, because no one wants to see number 5, 6, 7 on the ballot yelling at each other.
Well, and all this loyalty debate, these purity tests, that nothing ticks me off more than that stuff right there. It's just, I mean, on both sides, if you have to have some purity test, it just muddies up the water of what these people want to do for you. Left, right, center, it doesn't matter. These purity tests, it's just like, this is what I stand for. This is how I believe. This is what I plan on doing. Not this, well, I disagree with X, Y, or Z because of X, Y, or Z, because that's what my party has to believe. Believe, be true,
But again, talking about politics, the most important thing you do, even in politics, is saying good morning genitals. Because if
Good
you
morning.
remember to say good morning genitals, your day starts out in a good way. And
You
hey,
salute me,
Brandon,
I'll salute back. No, I'm just kidding.
good morning, Brandon. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Brandon. Oh,
Blessed Nana.
definitely.
Yeah, and I hate it when you can see when they're really thinking at, oh, my spin doctor told me to do this joke. I would seem like one of the people. I would seem like one of. I have to hit it. I have to hit it, and then it falls flat, and they stand there. But my very expensive spin doctor told me that if I just said clap, please, I'll be president tomorrow. I hated it. I hate, and I don't care what your politic is. Could we just agree that modern politicians suck?
All sucky. They all
It's
suck.
only for the money. It's only for the power. It's never for the people. So
Yeah,
when
I
I
mean,
become dictator, I'll
here's the
change
best
that.
way of looking at it. How much money that both the Republicans, the Democrats, the Greens, the whatever parties, how much money that they spend and then complain about how wages are for people and the amount of money that they spend just campaigning whenever they could take that money and actually do something with it. It just blows me away that how
Yeah,
much good they can do. I mean, if you look you look how much money that all parties combined put together, they could open a manufacturing company to build widgets and never turn a profit.
exactly. Lex entropy. Back to the trial, more trial related. Yeah,
Mhm.
and we see that in most juries because they will correct me here. Is it 93 or 95% of all cases will be won by the state because they have the most money, they have the most time, they they have the state put them up there. They must know better because we trust the state just like we do in our socialist countries. So if the cops say it or the state say it, yeah, they're probably guilty. Even though, well, I don't feel it, but this professor who went to Yale said something. So, and it's the same in politics. What do they do every time they want you to pay more taxes? They take one of the Ivy Leaguers out to tell you how stupid you are and that you should buy this car, don't use these bags. Or we just had we built a lot of windmill islands to greenify our electricity grid. Now the some scientists have proven that it hurts the whales because the sonar and the frequency of the turbine blades and stuff like that. Don't talk about that. Just talk about the green energy. Again, it's good for the goose, but it's not good for the gander, and that's why I hate politics. Even though I'm probably running for to try to get elected in 2 years. So
Well, and I was thinking, the one thing that you'll see on a lot of these law and crime and whatever kind of things where they'll bring these people on that are uh, specialists in their type of field, and the discussions that they have are only over one particular thing and without looking at it as a whole. And I think
yeah,
that tends to mislead people that are not paying attention, but they're getting the cliff notes on a trial. And they miss out on a lot of things. Like you can get an expert to talk about luminol for 2.5 hours on one of these panels, and they'll be happy to do it because wow, this helps my grants and my funding. But they're missing the point that yeah, you're talking about luminol, but you're not talking about where the blood evidence actually was. And so people miss out on it because they're getting just a cliff note of somebody talking about luminol and how it exposes blood, for example. And I think we see a lot of that with your big alphabet numbers there that have this mainstream media that everybody tunes into at 5 o'clock in the evening and just to get a little bit of the cliff notes, and then they'll see things like murdering mom deletes wife in brutal attack trial, at whatever trial at 10. And, they immediately are given that bias of, this is actually what's happening when it's not.
Yeah, I would say LNC is not as bad as Court TV, because here it's just strangled wife murder trial, and
Right.
that's pretty open.
Yeah.
And then they have the Take Care of Maya trial. They don't they don't smear as much blood in the headlines as other people do. But again, we know as YouTubers, you need a catchy thumbnail and you need a headline to bring in the big numbers. And if you could get an expert sitting there and say, "Oh, she did it. Oh, look at this." Maybe have a body language expert who can totally tell you without absolutely any skills in it, because we all know it's fake. That she did it because she had her arm like this for 2.5 seconds, and that's clearly indicative of she had strangulated someone before. But it sells because people want drama, and we know it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know much about Laura Boebert, but I like parts of her.
You know what? What I think about politicians. What would really save the masses, as far as politicians go, after your term, you get launched to the moon. You have to serve out the rest of your days there on the moon after your first term. I guarantee you cut down on the amount of politicians you get.
Yeah.
I've been a big proponent for term limits on almost all politicians, where you just don't see the same face over and over again. Like you have with the president. Presidents serve here in the U.S. They serve 2 terms. That's it. Done.
Yeah, and I don't like it. You're not democracy. We are, and it's the voters who elect the people. But people who can make a career out of spending your money, it shouldn't be allowed. Right now, we have 3 major parties running and having a coalition government. One of them, I think she started back in maybe 94, 98. She became a young social democrat, and now she's our head of state. Not our head of state, that's the queen, but our PM. Then we have a guy who was ejected from his previous party, made his own party, used to be our PM, and now it seems more or less likely that he's just running around trying to get a job with either NATO or UN or in the EU. And then the last guy, his dad were our foreign minister for ages, and he just became the leader of his party because his dad had that name. He had no skills, and he took the party from 30% to 10%. So no, closer to 9 now. So, but
also one thing
we
I'd
can't
like to
eject them.
see is a lot of the senior staff after 1 term, they're done. That's what I would like to see, because a lot of it is the staff. Because a lot of times
Yeah.
a politician has no idea what they're reading, what they're signing, what they're doing with anything. It's all the staff that's handling all of the work for them. They are just the figurehead, the face.
Yeah.
They have no idea what the policy is or what it says, because they probably haven't read through 500 plus pages of a policy here in the U.S. They have a staff basically summarize it for them and tell them, sign it, don't sign it, agree to it, don't agree to it. It would be so beautiful just to see a lot of staff gone, because most of the staff is actually, it seems that they are the ones that are writing it. They're writing policy, they're writing law, and that's not how it should be.
And that's another thing I really hate about politics. We have a lot of our administration layer grows, and we are missing nurses and caretakers and all of this stuff, and we can't find the money for them. But still, 10,000, 15,000 more in the administration layer in the last 2 or 3 years, because every time you make a new law, you just add to the stack. And again, I don't I know the Orange Man is a guy who can change, can get people really riled up, but still, I like what he said about taxes. A normal person should be able to do his taxes on the back of a postcard.
Yep.
Right now, I'm not sure if I set up a PayPal how I should do taxes, and if I have to contact an accountant to figure out just if I make $50 in donations in a year on YouTube, how I should write it into the tax because we have an electronic tax bill that we can write stuff into, but taxes should be for a normal person like me. I have a fixed income because I'm a bad back, and then I make a bit more by being a layman, and maybe at some point I'll make a bit of YouTube. I shouldn't have to worry about 25,000 different categories I could put stuff into. I should just have, this is my pension pay, this is my layman, this is my YouTube. My YouTube is kind of like a business, so I can deduct a little bit of that, and that's all.
That's all it should be.
Yeah, but in Denmark we call people like that djøf. That's people who work in the administration layer. They have the exams from the business school and know everything about it. And we have a joke that says their most important job is to hire 2 more with the same education. Not to do anything for people, but just hire 2 more. And these 2 begets 2 more. Yeah. I could get behind that trend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in a very positive growth right now, ladies. How are you doing on your side, Shizzy?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm just enjoying the trip. I mean, it is, what I may do is once I get monetized, just start another channel and start working on getting that one monetized, because this has been so much fun. I meet so many cool people doing this.
Yeah.
I mean,
a person like Brandon.
Yeah.
A person like Dave. Then there's other the hits and misses. Hey, Lefty. But Brandon, if anyone could, you're probably the person who could understand it. But when I was deployed, we get a special bonus for being deployed because it's 24 hours deployed. And that's tax free. While I was deployed, I was sent a letter that I should be in this town I lived in at this time to answer why I had a sudden spike in incomes that I claimed to be tax-free. And I was sitting 3,000 kilometers away in a war zone thinking, well, I'm not going to make that meeting because it's not kind of like I can. So I called them and said, yeah, you have to show up. I said, I can't show up. I'm deployed. Those money are from, and you can see it. It's military pay. You can see why I have them. Yeah. So they hit me with roughly 5,000 in back taxes. And I had to fight 3 years to get my tax-free bonus for being deployed. So go out, serve your country, and pay for it in more ways than one.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. But I got a medal 15 years later.
Yeah, back when I was much, much younger, I mean, my taxes were so easy. I could, if they would have had something like TurboTax, I would have been able to do it. But, the easiest thing that you had was something like H&R Block. So I just go to H&R Block and have some dimwit do my taxes. But yeah, that came back to bite me because they screwed it up. They put down something as unemployment or some crap like that. They just mislabeled it. Next thing you know, was it 7 years later, I'm getting hit with a $1,500 tax penalty because they had done it incorrect. And so whenever I went back and was like, you guys screwed this up, you need to make it right, they went back and changed their documents on their side, and they're like, yeah, it's taken care of. I was like, no, you need to pay this. It was like, it looks fine here. Oh.
Yeah, and you can't do anything because you probably signed some piece of paper where they said, I accept the possibility of mistakes. Yeah, Bama, in Denmark too, you can make a certain amount a year without hitting your pension, and then you can make up to a certain amount before your pension completely falls away. But still, it's how to. I went to our city hall and asked to talk to my caseworker, because everyone who's a pensioner must have a caseworker. I didn't have one. Then I said, well, I would like to talk to someone who can tell me about what are the rules. It was the 12th of December. I'm still waiting for the call that was supposed to come a week later. I have sent 4 emails and never had a response. But still, I only pay 42% in taxes. So what could you expect for 42%?
Well, and I work pretty close with a government entity, not for the government, but I receive calls all the time. No, trust me, not on this stuff. It's more like basically an overpaid secretary. So if I jump off, that's why I'm talking, is I'm talking to somebody that I have to handle. But yeah, I mean, I get these calls all the time, and they're amazed how quickly I respond back to them. And it's just me. And these other entities have, 50, 60 staff sitting in there, and they just blow it off. I mean, I've been trying to get in touch with a couple of counties to get documents and it's just like, yeah, send them an email that never gets responded to. You could send them a handwritten letter and you might receive something back. I think I sent one out about a year and a half ago. I've yet to receive any information on it.
And again, you can't do anything.
Nope.
Yeah, and this with taxes in Denmark, you have a part of your pay is put in in a pension. It's like, I don't know, 401ks are.
It's like Social Security.
No, it's a pension. It's a pension that if you're in a union, this amount of money must be put into your pension by the employer. And when I was in the military, I got, I don't know, maybe a couple of $1,000 I earned. I have earned while I was in the military. It's nothing, and it has never made any positive interest. But I get like 4 or 5 letters a year that, and if I want to have them paid out to me, so I could put it into my
401k or your own investment.
Yeah, put it in, buy some stocks for it, or something to make money. I only have to. I think I have to pay 70% of the amount, and I'm just waiting till they call me and say, well, now you have to pay to have the money handled by us because the account is empty. Then they can probably close it without I have to pay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and Alan, the amount of money that politicians use and can't get by with, we always have, because in Denmark, if you come from show and tell time, our government is situated in Copenhagen, which is here. If you come anywhere from here, you get a free apartment, which is nice because it's pretty expensive to buy a house or apartment in Copenhagen. But you're also paid to keep up so you can pay for your apartment at home, even though you make like 100K a year being a national politician in Denmark. But insane. You get paid to have a house plus an apartment, and almost every election cycle, 2 or 3 guys are caught with cheating, because then they buy an apartment out in the city, get the extra money, and rent one of them out and get an income. And again, you don't have to be stupid to be in politics, but it seems to help because they do a lot of stupid things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see it all the time because, like I said, we deal with a local, what is it? I'm trying to think what they would be called, like city council kind of stuff. So we have that, and that's who I'm handling, is for one particular county here in the state of Georgia, and it's insane. you've got two politicians that don't like each other, so they try to do things to, screw each other over. And if people are in the middle of that crossfire, it just makes a mess out of things. Makes it more difficult for us to do our job because, somebody wants to be an ass.
I don't know what I said that made Iris go holy moly. Did I say something? It was probably bad. We can get something with the trial back to work program, but it gets really complicated. And then if you say, I would like to try that, they take your pension away, put you down on the lowest social security you can get. And then you have to start all over if you want to get back on the pension. So a lot of us who is on the pension, who might be able to do a little bit more and help society, won't do it because they will just beat you. Yeah, it's the same here. If you make more than 365 or 86,000 Danish, they will take your pension away if you keep that up. And I have a funny story about the taxes because I was in a trial with a guy being accused of fraud because back when you started to have ABS on motorcycles, you had a tax deduction to lower the prices to raise the security for motorcycles. So you got the ABS brakes, and they claimed he owed some amount, and we had to have an expert in to tell us how they got to that amount. He couldn't tell us, even though he was subpoenaed to talk about it. And then we said, okay, you go back, you come back, and we end the court date, and then we'll come back in a week, and you can tell us. On the third trial, he said, well, the lady who used to do it by hand retired, so now it's done by the computer. Yeah, but you have to tell us how the computer figures out. There must be an algorithm you can tell, so you can always trace it back. The computer does it. Okay, so they didn't know why they thought they should have the money.
Oh.
No, because you don't make friends in government. Denmark, we have a saying: if you need a friend in politics, get a dog. On YouTube, we make lots of friends.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who I think it was the governor of Georgia, like our current governor, senator, one of the two. That my wife ran into him in a just some social gathering, and she was like, hey, he seems like a pretty nice guy, and I mean, like opposite political spectrum from my wife, and I was like, hey, he seems like a pretty nice guy. I was like, he's a politician, of course. He's gonna seem like a nice guy to both sides of the aisle, and he probably is a nice guy. But that's what he does. He grins, smiles, and says everything that makes him charming.
Yeah, that makes people want to vote for him again.
Yep.
Indigo, I know a guy named Salbert in the next state over. He can fix that problem for you. Jamie, look up. Didn't break it today.
Oh my god. I don't think he wants any either.
Well, I'm pretty sure he wants to try and make them. That's the fun part.
Yeah, make them. Try.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the the shop foreman of the place where I used to work. He's what they call a super tech.
Oh,
there's only 4 of them in the United States, and he's one of them that the engineers call whenever they can't figure out a problem.
How dare you all sit here and trash the government?
Never. We were talking great about the government. How are you doing today, fun sir?
Hey,
I am doing just fine. Like,
you
I
look
am
kind of
just
like
up.
you look like a politician ready to go on either Fox or CNN.
Well, I'm looking at his cup. You notice he has it labeled coffee, so that way he doesn't confuse it with the liquor.
That's exactly right.
He's got one that says coffee, one says liquor, one
Where
says
you at?
breakfast.
David,
Huh?
where are you at?
I'm in my dining room.
Oh my God! Of
In
course.
front of his
Oh,
IKEA
yeah.
furniture.
I've seen it
You're
before.
looking mighty dapper today. You got trowel.
Thank you. I have a little hearing. Yes,
Is that
I have a little hearing.
the KLAX system?
The what?
Your IKEA furniture?
No, I made this. Damn it! This is not IKEA bullshit.
That looks like my IKEA. Mine is white,
No,
but
I built this. Do you notice the wait? Hang on. The Swedish troll right here, and then
yeah.
that hat that's on it. That's the graduation cap that my wife wore for her high school graduation.
Very
How many?
There's a lot of Swedish stuff behind me.
Is there a lot of notches and stuff in the brim of her hat?
Are there supposed to be notches? I don't know what notches mean.
I don't know if they do it in Sweden, but we have a set of rules how to cut notches into. You bite the brim for good luck. So if the teeth marks on it, it's probably for good luck. And then you have
No teeth marks.
well, we have the same kind of caps, but probably different rules. But you can get for if you get.
Everyone signed the inside though.
Yeah, you do
You guys
that
do
too.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If anyone wanted to hook up with her, look under the sweatband.
Oh my God!
All right.
In Denmark, you write it underneath the sweatband if you want to hook up with someone.
There's a name, but I can't read it.
No, that's probably for the better.
Hugus? Haggis? What did you do with haggis, my love?
He did too. He just ripped that. Let me see this.
You're gonna get his wife in trouble.
All the things she forgot to tell me in that story of her graduation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
she
Haggis.
never should. But it's probably different than in Denmark. In Denmark, we have like 29 rules. That's one of them. You can't wear your hat because that's bad luck if you don't. And you write your last grade in the middle of the hat. And then
Yeah, that
you
was
write
written.
about, yeah, and you write your name and bite the shadow, and then the guy with the or girl with the biggest circumference has to pay for a case of beer when you go out riding. And the
Well, that
one
would have
with
been my wife. She has a big head. She's like Nick's head.
then Swedes are like that. It's kind of genetically a troll race. And the smallest one gives a case of beer. The lowest average gives a case of beer. The highest average gives a case of beer. A lot of beer.
It's just
If you
all
can
about
drink-
buying beer. Whatever justification we can come up with to buy a case of beer.
If you drink 24 beers in 24 hours, you can put a beer bottle cap on your head. If you have an accident, you have to have a notch in the brim of the cap. If you have an accident in your pants, you have to drink out of your hat. If you go out to the hospital and I don't know what to call it, have to have a tooth down and have
stomach stumped.
Pumic stump. So then you have to cut off the entire brim. But if you kiss someone you didn't have a relationship to before, you can cut a square into the shadow or the brim. And
I want to know how
again,
many notches. Go get your hat, Baker.
Where is this?
We need to
I don't
see
have
this.
one. I don't have one because I'm a baker. So I have a baker hat. We don't do stuff like that. This is for students. They're stupid people.
Yeah.
If you
Brandon wants to know what my tie is. My tie is actually a map of the city of Detroit.
Nice.
That's what my tie is.
Well, zoom in. I want to see this.
I have court in Detroit today, and so it's a map of the city of Detroit. See, it's got streets and cities. It's a historic map. That's what my tie is.
Wasn't that fun?
Yeah.
in fact,
I have ties for everything.
We have the sex ones too. If you hook up with your teacher, you can take off the white cover on the hat. If you hook up with a doctor or a nurse while you have your stomach pump, you can take out the chin strap of your hat.
This hat has not been altered except for signatures. I'll just leave it at
Well, it's
that.
but it's Norwegian and Danes are the cool ones. You met a Swede. If you cut a lightning bolt in, you have to have done it with the cap on. If you only did it with your girlfriend, you could cut a heart into it. If you break up, you have to you can pull off the buttons on the side. If you're nude, if you're skinny dipping, you can cut waves into your hat. If you're up 24 hours,
I
you
do
can,
believe that happened.
yeah, probably because that happens a lot in that age. And if you're up 24 hours in a row, you can turn it around. And every party you have after sunup, you can put a what do you call it? Triangle.
Triangle.
And
Triangle.
yeah, if you
Matt wants to know how Baker can remember all these rules. It's because he peaked in high school. That's
no,
why.
because studenterhuregler.dk. I'm reading it off the internets.
Oh, okay. Cheater.
I did. I went out drinking when I got. I could have had my cap this year, this summer, but I thought, being 46 years old, I didn't need a new hat. I have my baker's hat somewhere.
Yeah, because Baker's hat would just be all chopped up to little bits.
This is a gymnasium hat. A gymnasium hat.
Yeah, and this is a baker's hat, and
Yeah.
I never wore it. I've never seen any baker wear it, but they thought we should have it. And
But they wear
I
it in
do
the
have-
movies.
Yeah, but I do have the
Look
names
at
of the people I went to school
Wait,
with.
turn over the brim. Turn over or the inside of the sweatband.
We don't do anything. Someone wrote the. Oh,
That's her phone
I
number.
should-
Oh, I forgot about that girl.
no, but it says in Danish we call it scorekaj. That's a guy who picks up girls. I don't remember having that much luck. When I was in baking school.
Well, I have an honest question for
Oh my
Jamie.
What?
Can you remember the name? Not that's if you have to give the names, but can you honestly remember the name of every man that you've?
What?
That you
I know what you're saying.
can you honestly remember the name of every man, boy?
Yes.
Okay, Baker.
I can totally remember the name of every boy I've been with.
Girl, ladies, how about that?
No,
Just curious. No. Shizzy?
I drank a lot when I was younger.
Nope.
I find that just like if we want to talk about the differences between the genders, there's
all
only
of them are
two.
named Lisa.
That's one of the
though, I will
big
say.
fundamental ones.
All of them are named Lisa, so I think I'm covered.
There you go.
Yeah, I only been with one woman, and that's the woman who gave birth to my lovely children. If any of my children is watching.
My wife is the only one I've ever been with.
Okay. We'll keep it that way.
Indigo says nope, but I remember faces. That's awesome.
I mean, it's different if you say like other stuff, but that, yeah.
Well, John, how long have you followed David? Sometimes he pops in a good question that makes us think. But do you remember the first time?
The first time?
Hmm?
Yeah, but I don't know her name.
Well, I know
We
the
met
name, and
on a hot spring night at the Livonia Spring Fling, a little carnival. It was a wonderful 2-week thrill ride. No clue what her name is. Livonia, yeah, Livonia. It's a city.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could point to the field where it happened. Still,
Oh, I know the spot. Absolutely, I know the spot, but I don't know her name.
Well, I know her name because I still I still talk to her sometimes. So, but we never dated anything. It was just let's get this over with. Let's get that cherry popped and then get on with it. So I don't. I was a young man just getting to know the intricacies of love,
That
and
poor woman.
it wasn't. I was close to being raped. If I hadn't liked it, I would have been raped.
Oh, just what you said. I was like, God, that poor woman. Like, that's all you were thinking.
We were at a party where almost everyone else were dating, and at some point of the night she said, "Well, let's
Oh.
go for a walk."
Gotcha. She initiated it.
She initiated. So
Okay.
yeah.
hmm Did you
That
get
changes
signed
Not again.
paperwork?
Well, we couldn't sign any paperwork, but because none of us were of legal age to do any of this, and I would, of course, never admit to that. But she was older than me, even so, it was a cougar.
Ooh.
But
You know,
we
the
were still
older
below
ladies really.
Yeah, mine was older than me also.
Yeah.
She was very, very interesting.
I
She
don't
was
know
my
how old
neighbor.
mine was.
She was my neighbor across the street, and she would come over and want to hang out all the time. I'm like, okay, yeah, cool.
Did-
We'd
Did,
hang out. And, yeah, then
did
she
it-
was just like, I gotta get that. And I was like, all
Well-
right, well, okay. And yeah,
I thought we were covering a trial, just by the way.
awesome.
we are doing your favorite thing,
Right?
watching ceiling tiles.
Mm.
Well, one of
Shizzy,
my
was
relationships
she?
is like half my life, so that's why I can remember things.
Wait, what? Half your relationship was half your life?
Yeah, I had a relationship with somebody for a long ass time.
Mm.
Nothing wrong with that.
But half
Go
your
on.
life, so you met him when you were 10? That seems weird.
Oh, I'm exaggerating. It was like 17 years.
Yeah,
Jeez,
I
not
think
that
I think
old.
she was at least half a year older than me, so she was a cougar.
Yeah, mine wasn't that much older than me.
But still older.
Yeah. She was 19. I was 15. So
You boys are funny.
Yeah, my phone ringer is R2D2. Yes, and my client, I just turned it off. My client is texting me about this hearing I have coming up in like 20 minutes. But I wanted to jump on and join you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so glad for joining in.
Yeah, it's been a long time no sees.
Just get on
Because
here.
we've been stuck in this
Oh,
for
John.
this 12 days.
Yeah.
I was going to respond to John.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'll just respond verbally. My thought process is very weird. You got to tie in a bunch of little thoughts into a string and walk it back about 10 minutes, and then you figure out how I got to the question I got to. So I can
felt like
sometimes
you were
explain it.
asking it to like show the difference of like a woman remembering something versus.
No, I was doing it because Baker had something written in his hat, and I was wondering if he remembered the name, if he remembered the person, and then I was thinking to myself, I've had this thought or conversation before where I don't remember like half of them, or at least their names, anyways. And I'm wondering if ladies also have that problem. And so you string a bunch of thoughts together, and I came up with the question.
But that again, because we don't tie emotions to smacks.
Right.
Yeah,
Ladies do more of that because smacks is that's 8 seconds ride, and then we're happy. And then we can talk to them and find out I really don't like this woman. I'll better go for breakfast.
Baker's familiar with the climaxing.
Yeah, that's why whenever you have a date, you make sure she likes any rolls or cakes that's flat, so you can slide it under the door in the morning when you go to the baker and say.
I often
Nice to meet
have
you.
a pre-planned excuse though to leave, just in case. You have that bullet in the chamber, just in case. You're like, oh, you kind of plant the seeds. Like, oh, my son's doing this or that. I'm looking for a text, whatever. You plant the seeds just in case. You find your escape route.
Yes.
Right, Jamie?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, you
You,
just
ladies,
say,
you have your friends call you. I've seen that one played.
Oh yeah. Okay. You have a word. You text somebody a word, and they know.
but that's why you should just hook up with girls and tell them from the get go, this is where it ends. And amazingly, the older ladies get, the more they say, well, okay, let's do that.
They
Just
don't want
make
that
sure the husband is smaller than you, because
Yeah.
once bitten, twice shy. I might have had a problem with a guy showing up and saying, excuse me, do you know this lady? Nope. Well, is this your Snapchat? Nope.
Looks
Luckily,
like you.
yeah.
I can say I've
that
never
was
done that. I've never had that experience.
well. I met her at a bar, and it was late in the morning, and she was interesting. She only had a few hours, a couple of times a week, and I found out that was when she was at spinning class. But that's great because it was 90 minutes. You didn't have to stomach her for more than 90 minutes,
Yeah.
and you got an exercise.
And
That-
and you could send her on her way, and her boyfriend, husband, whatever could deal with her.
I didn't know there was. I just thought that because in our age, some people have kids or something. And I thought, well, the kids are at Boy Scouts or something.
Yeah.
So 90 minutes is perfect 2 times a week. And you can either watch a show or you can watch an episode and do what you have to do and watch another episode of some show. And then it's going to end at around 10. But that was spinning class. I
Yeah.
figured that out. I haven't been that close to a fight since I was in my 20s, I believe. So that was a problem.
Yeah, I've been in that position a few times where it's just like, hey, I saw you at with my girlfriend, wife, whatever. I have no idea who you're talking about. Nope, don't know them. Never saw them. Oh, we got witnesses. I don't know about your witnesses. You're muted.
Yeah, I was muted. I was gonna say I've never had that experience. I feel like I missed out on something.
No,
No. Again,
no.
it's
No? Okay.
the fun part is fun, but I'm not sure which part of the construction business he was in, but he looked like he could bend me once or twice. And you've seen my size, like Nick, but ripped.
Next,
And when he's standing outside your door saying, "Hello," you're thinking, "Oh my freaking fucking! I'm gonna be in trouble." And I'm a nice guy. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But
Yeah.
I should just have been a fighter that day, not a lover, because that got me in trouble.
Yeah.
well, it's funny is that they take it out on the other person and not their significant other.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
just kind of a weird quirk of that. It's like, well, maybe you should go have a talk with your lady.
No, I wouldn't dare body shame Nick because I've stood next to him and he's a
Big.
mountain of a man. He standing next to that guy. Even I'm kind of fluffy, and he's just big. Everything is just big on him. It's like a normal human, just a little bit bigger. And the size of his head and his hands and everything, he's just dang. He was big, and normally I don't feel like I'm a small guy, but next to him, jeepers. That's Viking blood right there.
Yeah, it was a guy I worked with. He was what, 6'8", 6'8", and somewhere pushing around 300 pounds and no fat. I mean, this guy's just was a massive. It's like, you played football, didn't you? It was like, yeah. I can't believe it. I mean, I've got massive hands, and he put his hand up, and it's just like just about that much longer than mine. I'm like, Like this guy can palm my head. It just crush it. I watched him grab a V6 engine, like the whole engine, and pull it out of a car. Like that's not like.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yes, Nick is a living Viking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. If you needed a Viking for a show, you would take about olden time warriors, big and buff. No, they needed some fat on them to fight and keep the cuts superficial. So they were big, burly men. And Nick, he's big and he's burly.
Yeah.
Imagine being a Roman soldier or some Brit-bong standing and watching the ship come in with Nick-sized people jumping off and just thinking,
and running
oh,
at you.
yeah.
with,
I understand why people ran the other way.
And as they're taking people out, they're smearing their blood and entrails on them. No, thank you. I might just squirrel away somewhere.
Yeah, that's but I can remember I read stupid English language. I read an account about the first time the Visigoths attacked Italy and came over the Alps, and everyone was just talking about how monstrous big they were because Italians were shorter people, like I don't know how much it is, like 160 centimeters. That's like 5'4" or
Yeah,
something, I believe.
5'4". I mean,
Yeah,
they were very small. I was so surprised going into Venice and seeing they had like their commanders army, their uniforms, and I'm just like, holy crap, these people were so damn small. And you're just like, yeah, just
yeah.
the weight of the
It's
world was on them.
but again, it works when you can stand next to the guy next to you, because they beat the Visigoths when they came running, because they didn't fight as a unit. They just fought with power. But the only thing they talked about how blonde they were and how tall they were. And I think if you meet a guy that's like this much taller than you with a big axe, you're probably thinking, I left my stove on. I better go check.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nick just went live with Mo, and I was pulling it up. Does it not look like Mo has a certain part of the male anatomy behind her or above her? Does it not?
Oh, that's not a good. No.
I even told them. I like called it out. I put it in chat, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's just a drawing," and then put it right back.
It looks. It's kind of like this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
jeepers.
my gosh.
Sometimes you have to be aware of your surroundings on YouTube's.
Well, I was like, I'll put it in chat, but they acknowledged it and pulled the images aside, and then went right back to it. I was like, okay, they're good. They know.
Yeah. Hey, Puffy. Yeah, we're still waiting. Nothing has happened other than you go back and talk to her. Yeah, go ask her if she's inside a peen.
Yes, you're welcome, John. Yeah, I don't need it till noon, so you're able to sleep in today.
Always keep this in mind. Almost every hand you've ever shook, or almost every hand you've ever shook has touched a peen at some point.
That's
Yeah, I would. I would even go beyond almost every. I can't imagine there's one that hasn't.
No, even if you're playing Team Flux, you probably at some point thought, let's figure out
a shot.
Yeah, just to see what the hell it is. It's kind of like seafood. You can't say no until you try it, and every time you try it, you say no. It still tastes like fish. That's why I'm not. Oh, I shouldn't say that. It's too early in the day to talk about that. Well, Some of us
Yeah, there you go.
use both hands.
Oh my god.
Indigo. Just like we need to find Sal a girlfriend, we need to find someone to do something to Luna.
To do something to her. We're not sure what, just something.
Just something.
Yep, I'm pretty sure she's gonna do something to whoever we find for her, and he's gonna be a happy camper.
Yes, making law sober in Dave's Treehouse. I saw your post over on Nick's channel. That was awesome. That is your super chat. Now they're off to the side. They figured it out.
That's
Oh wait, hang on. Here we go.
What happened?
Now they've.
Yeah.
Oh, did you miss
Mo-
it, Jamie?
Yeah.
Hang on. Okay, so this was how the setup was a few minutes ago, and I told them, and I was like, "Hey, that looks like an interesting thing behind Mo," and they acknowledged it, and then sent it over. I said, it looks like a certain part of the male anatomy behind her, and then they went right. They're like, "Oh yeah, no, that's just a drawing," and then went right back to it until Brandon got in there, and now they're off to the side. Now they're doing it right.
Oh my gosh. You guys are so bad.
Yeah, that's not a good look to be on that. But no, what else should we get around? Now we got around the first date, all dates, how to put your student tab. Should we go back to watch our little pro say from yesterday?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
See
it.
how
Well,
his
you guys
pro
have fun doing that. I do have my hearing coming up, so I'm gonna jump off for that.
Oh.
Oh,
See
you're
afterward.
gonna miss. This is a pro se litigant who is.
Okay, all right, I'll watch for a bit. Oh, this guy, yes. I want his hair. I think I would look good with that.
Mr. O'Neill, you need to speak audibly so that the jury can hear what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am, I haven't begun yet.
What?
I haven't begun yet.
He looks angry.
Oh,
He showed you
Oh my god, I turned my headphones up.
a fraudulent recording
A fraudulent. Okay.
where they allege that I beat Kenyatta Barron to death.
The judge is regretting telling him to speak up.
He talked about Mr. Khalil Brown, my neighbor who stayed across the street.
Who stay across the street.
But if Mr. Khalil Brown was a help to them proving me guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they would have called Mr. Khalil Brown.
I guarantee this guy questioned himself,
Mr.
right?
Khalil Brown to be
he questioned his
witness for
11-year-old
me.
son about stabulating him.
And I didn't ask him to lie about one thing that he saw that night. I asked him to tell the jury exactly what he saw that night.
Watching the judges.
And you have to ask yourself why that is.
Look at the judge's
He's
face.
playing a fraudulent damn recording of me beating Kenyatta Barron 15 damn times when that did not happen. And like I told you earlier,
Her face.
you will know the truth, whether in this trial or the next one. Better believe it.
Or the next one.
He just laughs.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it or not.
All right, Mr. O'Neill, please stop using swearing language. It's not appropriate in a closing argument.
Now he played a recording that was sped up.
Okay.
Why didn't you play the regular recording that people can understand what the call was saying?
objection to the defendant asking me questions, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain
I'm talking to
Okay.
people.
Mr. O'Neill, listen, please just keep in mind, this is not personal towards the prosecutors. Please keep your comments directed towards the evidence and the law. Thank
I
you.
can't believe they're letting him walk around free, to be honest with you.
She's probably got a brace on.
I know for a fact Kenyatta Barron recording from her phone did not record calls sped up like that.
I'm going to object now. He's talking about facts, not in evidence of what he knows.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you were instructed, the closing arguments are just that. They're not the evidence or the instruction on the law.
Sentencing,
It's
this
just what
judge
the parties
says,
believe the
"Oh,
evidence
you did a
shows
great
or
job
does not
defending
show."
yourself.
All right?
You should have
Thank
been a
you.
lawyer."
Did she really?
Yep.
You heard Mr. Khalil Brown. You've been hearing me for 2 weeks now, telling you that they committed criminal acts against me with the 911 calls and that fraudulent video that they just showed y'all. Now,
It's a
I'm gonna give it
fraudulent
to you.
video.
You heard Khalil Brown. He said that he was actually sure that I only hit Kenyatta Barron 3 times. You heard. I called him to tell you that. I ain't running from nothing. They didn't call Khalil Brown to tell you that. I did. And you have to ask yourself why that is. Because I want you to know the actual facts. I did kill Kenyatta Barron. But I want you to tell it like it is if you're going to tell it.
Yeah. They don't have the full, sadly enough, but
I mean, it
the
was,
devil had possessed his wife, so he was he had to do it.
and
He
he
had
didn't
to
do it
off.
with his fist either. He did it with like an axe.
Homicide in particular.
Yeah. So and again, he had gone.
Please tell me he's a reverend. Is he a reverend?
No, I was reading about it, and he like, I don't know. He's had obviously some issues, and then he like switched over to Islamic religion, and then they said he became like really super crazy, and he started, I don't know, started acting different, and then the incident happened.
I love the judge's face.
Yeah, but still, why go on and do the S about telling him, "Oh, if you had gone to school and had a better life or some other life, you could have been an attorney." Why not just give him the death penalty? That would be more merciful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Saying someone should be an attorney.
I think it might be out of habit. A lot of times when we have final judgments that we place on the record, the judges are always like, "I just want to tell you both you parties, that your attorneys did an amazing job," and blah, blah, blah. And I think it's really, because it's not the result that they want. So they're trying to settle them. They're trying to calm them down some, make them understand that this is the best possible outcome, that their attorneys did a really good job. Might be something along those lines. Like, you did a really good job, even though this isn't the outcome you wanted.
But still, it's just.
It's
But
just
we saw the
placating
same.
him.
We might be jumping into our favorite pro se defendant later, because we need some time to go by. But I just think it's so stupid to say that, because he offed his wife. He's offed his, how old were the daughter? 13?
8, and the kids were 8 and 9. The daughter was 8.
Yeah.
He killed
the son
all
was
of his
13.
family?
No, he only stabbed his son and tried to burn him in the house.
He survived.
Huh. Any question to sit on the stand about it?
Yep.
Someone's
I
like,
don't
"Yeah,
know.
Dad, you did it."
Yeah.
He was on video. They didn't have him in the courtroom. It was just via like video.
Yeah, but still,
He said, yeah, he told him he did it.
Yeah,
So
because
what was on the cross? Like you were possessed, weren't you? Or something along those
no, he
lines?
was talking about how much he loved his kid and that, and then the son just said,
Yeah,
"But Dad, you stabbed me.
yeah.
What happened? I saw you come up to me and stab me."
It's how do
He
you
was
refute that?
thinking that like the mother was like there were because you know he was like claiming she was like devil or something, and she was the one trying to do it, but he was trying to stop her, kind of thing. That's kind of like where it was going.
There was a case where a guy was charged with he broke into his ex-wife's house, tied her up, raped her several times, and he was charged with all of that, and he represented himself. I can't
Yeah,
remember this case.
Trevor Summers.
Summers, yeah, that was an amazing cross-examination of his ex-wife. Just went so poorly for him, and he kept saying, "Well, when I was there, oh wait a minute, you said that I was there."
Yeah.
It was just so bad. He's like, "Isn't it true that you wanted it from me that night when I was there? I mean, when I wasn't there, but yeah, it was just so
Climb
bad."
through your window and basically
Yeah,
and yeah, he was a creep. Yeah,
yeah,
I watched that one.
yeah. It was a good case.
Yeah, but the surviving son, was actually adopted by the responding officer.
Oh, okay.
It was really kind of a cool story.
Yeah. He
Cool.
basically adopted the child. And that's
Well, I'm
sort of
gonna.
what his argument was, but I know you got to run. So
Yeah, I gotta run. I gotta call my client because I have a bunch of handwritten notes that I need to figure out the dates of.
Oh Jesus!
All right, you all have a good stream. I'll see y'all later.
All
thank you.
right,
Bye.
Come on by. Peace. Well, Jamie, it's just you and I.
What are we doing?
About those. Let's talk about those lashes. You got them done yesterday.
Yeah, and it was funny because my girl likes to talk about. She loves trials and stuff. So she's like, it couldn't be any better because she just sits down. She's like, "What are you watching this today?" And I tell her about it. But I told her because we did the watch party for Always Sunny in the Discord yesterday, and she was like, "I love that show." So we talked about that pretty much the whole time.
Oh, that's awesome. That really is.
Because I was like, I love when I find people that are like fans, and we're so stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah, she loves hearing about all the trials and all the gossip. So.
Oh yeah, what did the trial lady say about this one? Not the trial lady, the nail lady. Last lady, stupid.
Oh yeah, I mean, from what I told her she's like, I can't believe they can do that to people. Like, we were just having a good time. And then she asked about the 8-passenger lady because she had heard about that. And I was like, oh my God, let me tell you. So.
Yeah, I saw someone discussing that yesterday. When I know Shiz is an kind of an expert in cults. He should look into that extortion thing. No, extension they were running. It seems so cultish to me.
Oh,
which one?
Her connections little thing, yeah. The 8-passenger, Ruby, Frank, and Jody Hildebrandt.
Oh God, yeah.
That Mormon lady with their crazy company. Oh. I didn't know about Breaker brought that up on a Stabber Day, and I was blown away at some of these people that were posting on her website about all this stuff. I didn't think it was that crazy, but ooh, that was crazy.
Yeah, oh man, the worst part about people like that is it's not the religion.
Yes.
It's the offshoots of those religions and they give such a bad name to that religion or to that group of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like it gives them a stereotypical ideal that all the Mormons, are polygamists or some crap like that, or it's one of those church things. And I'm like, but that's offshoots. Those are not the same. And it also is aggravating when they bring that kind of information into like a courthouse. Instead of saying, this person's responsible for it, they try to bring in this demographic or stereotype or some crap like that is what caused this kind of thing. And that is always the frustrating part of those.
Do you want to know something
absolutely.
something really kind of scary? There was a change.org asking in 2020 to look into the 8 passengers. The the lady who ended up being charged with this. They back in 2020 they wanted people to look into her because of the things she did with the kids. She took the kid to the supermarket naked at the age of 3 with just a dive on. Well, that's maybe not that much.
That's not bad. Oh,
No,
wait.
but then you have stuff like this. Told us Russell didn't have autism because it was something along the lines he was not intellectually challenged. Well, that's not autism. Has nothing to do with being intellectual challenged. She sent her son to a drug camp because he was kicked out of school. She banned all electronics during summertime, and he was left sleeping on a beanbag for 7 months because he teased his brother. So there was a petition to try and have that looked into, but the CPS looked into it. They left a note on the door saying, "Hey, we want to talk to you." And as I say, maybe it's because of the way they looked. It was a family of 8, all middle class white people in Utah. There might be some prejudice that those people don't do nothing wrong. Had it been in a trailer park, kind of like, have you seen the ones who talk about the trailer park family where the granddad goes to the shower with the kids and the uncle sleeps with his dead brother's wife and has a laptop filled with all kinds of pictures he shouldn't have. Oh, by the way, they didn't live in a laptop. They lived in Delaware.
Yeah.
If it had been in a trailer park, people would have looked into those kind of people.
One not too long ago, there was here in Georgia, and I think there's a ongoing case with this. These two men married or adopted a child and then started pimping him out.
Yeah, I saw that trial. Yeah,
that one was just so disturbing. I was like, oh my gosh, and these and they were getting funding to do all of this from the government.
Yeah,
and nobody questioned or asked because they were two gay men. I'm like, you mean you didn't vet these guys to figure out the way that they, it's no offense. If you're gay, then fine, adopt it, because you're not going to be able to have your own kids, but at least vet them and find out a little bit and sort of keep track of what's going on with this. I mean, they were getting funded to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's again because sometimes we just don't look at people because they have the right religion, the right color, the right economic background, and but we look at people who are poor or might have been in trouble before. Had it been a single mom who worked 2 jobs to try to keep the family together, doing the best she could, they hadn't settled with a note on the door. They would have gone all ham, and yeah. Please post your name. I should do that. I don't know why I took that one off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, weird. Yeah, I mean, there's and then not too long ago there was a lady that they were starving their kids and ended up driving like a bus off the side of the road or a van off the side of the road. And And they were like YouTube famous or something for all of the cool things that they were doing. Once they started looking into it, it's like these kids were just abused and yelled at constantly, and food was withheld from them. And I mean, just like, why do people get? Sorry, move on to something happier. It's just rough.
Yeah, I'm from the Western Europe. Maybe my accent sounds Slavic, but I'm Danish. So it's in Western Europe. Do I have an Eastern European accent? I thought they talk more like this. If I want to splash my chips, I'll splash my chips. Oh, I can't do accents. Then I'm oh.
You kind of sound like Dracula. Do it again.
I am a
I
Dane.
want to suck your blood.
I know. That's what I was hearing in my head.
Frosty, yeah, we are dual streaming this. Shizzy has been so kind to join me and Jamie in this trial and help us out because sometimes we run out of things to talk about, and he's kind enough to come on and entertain us or give his perspective. It has been an interesting case. And don't get naked.
Not
We
again.
don't get naked. Not again, no. That's only for the after sound.
Oh, gotcha. That's just for Jamie's eyes only.
Everyone claims I'm Dutch. And we think Dutch people sound more like these. Kind of like French and German put together. So.
Well, that's double Dutch, isn't it?
I want to suck your blood.
Yay!
Well, I don't know much about. That's the funny thing about in Denmark, religion is totally private. You never talk. Maybe if it's a certain Middle Eastern Orient religion that happens to do stuff sometimes because of their book, you talk about that. But normally, people in Denmark, we have. It's called the People's Church, and that's the Lutheran thing. But most Danish people, they go to church when they're baptized, when they get the confirmation, and when they're put in ground, and maybe around Christmas. That's when we go to church.
You talking about the ones that use face coverings like this?
I'm trying not to get yeasted.
That was a spit mask. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a little Jesus in your life. I would beat you with a cross.
Everybody needs a little Jesus.
I don't know.
I've got it pinned up there at the top.
Yeah, it's Jesus is pinned on my top too. Well, you can call me Hamlet, but we just went by Hamlet's castle, and why should something be rotten in Denmark? It's the hatred from the British guys again. Irish. God, I can't bring that one up.
Poor Rose. Get up off of that thing and shuffle those feet. She's like, oh, I meant shuffle. Damn phone.
I love Iris.
Oh, Rose. Oh, absolutely, Frosty. Make sure that you give this man some
Thank you
love.
so much.
He's so
he
accommodating.
Deserves it. Yes, he deserves it.
Chats get riled up when we don't have anything to show them. They some of the girls
entertained too. It's crazy.
Yeah, I need to show them.
Cool.
Just I don't want to get your channel in trouble.
How you watched the Ship Business with the Expert yesterday? Was it no? There was a guy who just kept repeating his closing.
Yes, it was not good. It was not good.
That
was probably one of the most boringest trials that I've seen in quite some time. Well, and everybody was expecting her to sort of lose her stuff at least a couple of times, but never did.
No, it's always the cases you really hope will be interesting, where you're sitting here thinking, "Oh my God, this is so boring," and then you get the case like this one, where all we know was it was overturned because of a paint drying expert, and we talked about it. We were sitting around thinking we should do something because I have just had my vacation to Switzerland, and Jamie missed me, and I missed Jamie a whole lot, and then nothing else was coming up, so we were jumping on this one, and it was an amazing trial because there was so much to argue about the luminol and all the evidence, and Iris brought up some great points, and I really like when you have to think in a case, and it's not just getting bogged down with sidebar. It was really interesting, and Rosemary is just a queen.
She made it very interesting for me. Like, I love seeing a really good defense attorney, really good,
or even a really good prosecutor. I mean,
well, yeah,
that's that, and I'm talking about an upright prosecutor that is not, like a gravel head, whatever his name was.
Gravely,
Yeah, somebody that's up front. They're not missing a beat. They're just on top of every single thing that's going on, and they're not being called out on anything. If I mean, God, that what was it? Borowski's. It was one of Borowski's ones, and I can't remember the guy's name.
Halderson. The Halderson case with the biker, where
the guy. The bicycle guy. Oh man,
the paralegal was a witness, and they couldn't testify to where they got the evidence and stuff like that.
God,
yeah, I don't mind when the prosecute when they have a case, when they actually have the evidence and a case, and they're really good. Yeah,
and it's not like I mean, and the guy's sitting there going, "Yeah, that's me on the bike." Yeah.
Did they sentence her yesterday?
Yeah, they sentenced her yesterday. Yeah, it was pretty nice that she's not going to see the light of day again.
Okay.
Out parole. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic about that. I mean, that's just. I mean, I don't know anything about and Yaya, which was on with the expert yesterday, knew both families.
Yeah, her business used to be at her house. The Kim Potter trial was a great, and that's one where I also think the jury kind of got it wrong. And there were so many circumstances that pushed her to be at the spot, but still, she did do it, and
she's also since been released.
Yeah, she was released quite some time ago, half a year or something ago.
Not quite half a year. It was earlier on this year.
Okay, but
she, I mean, that was rough. I mean, that was put in a really bad situation, and I mean, she truly felt remorse because I mean, I just could not imagine. And someone, early on has made a point about having female police officers, that because they are generally going to be overpowered, their first defense is going to be to go for a weapon. Whereas a man generally will try to wrestle them down. And that's, you think about it, you get, it's like putting a toddler up against, an older kid. That older kid can pick him up and move him and set him down and handle him, manhandle him any which way. And it wouldn't matter if it was a boy or a girl, but you hit that certain age gap, and I can't imagine a 5'2", 110 pound, grown woman trying to take down the baker after he's had a night out on the town and is looking to cause some ruckus. they'd have a hard time doing it without using some sort of lethal force.
Reindeer, I'm not really looking forward to a child case. We might be looking something up, but I've been doing this for close to 3 weeks now, so I need a few days of full night's sleep and maybe having a little bit of the Brandon juice and relax a bit. But if anything interesting comes up, please not about kids. I'm still waiting for the Adam Montgomery trial. I think that's the next kid case I will have because it burns my soul to have to sit here, watch it, and when I have to take the pictures off screen, I still watch them. It's not nice. So
Yeah,
I love
doing
it.
doing the kid cases, that's something that I would bow out of. It's just, yeah, that's just heartbreaking, and I can't do something like that.
Yeah, and I'm having I don't know if you know about the Adam Montgomery trial. So can we do less depressing? No, you can't. That's why we have some man juice, so we can get less depressed. Yeah, it's Carl's juice. Carl's man juice. Yeah, Oktoberfest. I would really like. My sister and I talked about going there. My brother-in-law, he works with finances, and the banks he worked with, they always planned to have a meeting in Munich around when Oktoberfest was on.
Yeah,
kind of like, I don't know why, but he has the lederhosen and everything.
my brother-in-law went to Oktoberfest. Where was it? That I think he was actually in Copenhagen for Oktoberfest.
We don't really do. It's normally in Germany.
No, well, he went to Copenhagen, and then they went. I guess it was over in Germany that they went to at some point, because he was up there with his buddies for almost a month. It's like after he finished his college, took some time off, and they just did the, what do you call that whole area, like Northern Europe, Eastern Europe, whatever.
Well, we call our part Scandinavia.
Okay, so Scandinavia, that area.
That's
yes.
Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and sometimes you count in Finland, but Madida isn't here, so. But Finland is kind of, but not Scandinavia.
I think they left out of Finland. Is where they left out of.
Yeah, it's become popular to fly out of Finland. I don't know why it's. I was looking at I was in the US in 2018, and I was, because I had to take my kids and figure out how the cheapest route to fly was fly from Copenhagen to Helsinki, I think to Montreal, and then down to, because I was staying in Delaware, to Washington. It was cheaper than taking from Copenhagen to London, and from London to New York. But it took 17 hours to fly that one, and the other one was just 12 hours. So with 2 kids, you do the shorter one.
Yeah, I want to say they flew into Amsterdam, and then from Amsterdam just sort of made a round a tour around. I mean, these are guys that, all went through a bunch of like hardships together, like from an earlier age. We're talking about pre high school. I think these guys have been friends, and one of them lives in Costa Rica. He's married and writes for a paper. I think he worked for the embassy for a while, but he's a writer for a paper, translating it into English, whatever the stuff is that he's writing for. And his wife is a nutritionist. Like, she does some sort of influencer stuff on YouTube or something like that. But she's a nutritionist. And then there's one of them is an actual chef, like straight up chef. He worked on a cruise ship for quite some time, just basically paying off his student loans. And once his student loans were paid off, he got some funding, opened up a restaurant in South Carolina, and within the first year had it paid off and was getting ready to open up a second location.
That's pretty good.
And yeah, I mean, he's pretty quick too, pretty just unbelievable. You know, as far as because building a business, it usually will take you about 3 years, and then it sort of falters. But yeah, within the first year, he had it paid off. He just was like nose to the grindstone. You know, it wasn't
In the restaurant business, isn't like 75% who die within the first 3 years.
Yeah.
So if you survive that, you have a good business. I was in, I believe it's Milton, Delaware. I was in 45 minutes from Rehoboth Beach.
Okay.
So, and I don't know the Old Line Red put up a Charlie Alderson. Haven't heard about that one.
That would be no
That's Alderson
involved. It's adult.
No, what? Yeah, but let's see. Because when this hopefully ends today, and I've slept for a good night, I'm sitting here itching, kind of like a drug addict who hadn't had his medicine today. So you can probably lure me into something if C-Swift, you know the address.
Yeah, I don't know when that one's going though. I just heard it.
Yeah, I know Delaware is in the U.S. Mom and her family denied her family access to the kids and changed their names to racist connection. Yeah, that's not nice. It's kind of like the what's her name? Shirt guy.
Sleeves guy?
Yeah, sleeves guy.
Corey Richens.
Corey Richens, yeah. She also tried to kind of deny the hello thing.
And I can't type in your chat, but I wanted to address Lesko. He's in the Charleston area and he's pretty well established. So, you know, I'm pretty sure he knows everybody in Charleston by now. He's got 2 locations there, and he's pretty happy with what he's doing. It might be the same person. You never know.
Well, I have a lot of interesting cases I have been a juror on, in my opinion, but I can't really talk about the specific in the cases because then someone could be recognized or stuff like that, and I might slip up and say something about how we did stuff. So I'm free to talk about everything, just like a juror in Denmark, in the US, but still, they kind of don't like when we talk too much about it. But I've done interesting cases. I've done bad cases, and I have done one murder case and a guy who really kind of like my Jodi Arias picture, like grapes. So he ate like 8 grapes, young grapes, not that young, but still young grapes, and he was kind of insane. And so I have a lot of, but again, it's hard to go into specifics because then what was said in court and did we discuss in the back room, and I can't discuss what happened. I can discuss what we do and overall things, but no, you get, and that's the funny part because I'm just in a city court, what we call it's the lowest level, but still I've done murders. We had an accident with a lorry tipping over on the freeway, killing a guy. So we had to determine that he was at fault, so they could get the payments and stuff like that for insurance. Normally, we don't do Amber Heard and JD couldn't happen in Denmark. That doesn't go to before a jury. That's
that's more of a I understand what you're.
no layman in civil court. So I'm so sorry, Brandon. At least I'm on demand juice today.
Oh, he was saying they probably know each other. Then that was about his conversation earlier, and
No,
I
but
agree. And
he
thank you
said
for being nice.
he's saying I'm bringing negative energy. I'm trying to be happy and upbeat. So
I'll never bring negative energy. Never.
it's never a safe place with you, son. I'm pretty sure you're the guy who's gonna roofie my drink.
Aw, Sorbert.
Aw.
Well, he's kind of
He does it. He does
Why
it
do
out
you
of
want to
love.
roofie Baker?
He does it out of love or loneliness.
Yeah.
You want to play with his Legos while he's passed out?
Well, the hat, biting the hat, that's just for good luck. So it's the if it's the square you have to look out for, or the lightning bolt. Especially if you're in a relationship, you don't want your girlfriend or boyfriend coming home with one of those. So
or your kids.
Yep. Putty pop. Sweet
Putty
Legos.
pop.
It's okay. We'll just get some of them chocolate pudding puffs. Mm-hmm.
Are they still waiting for a verdict in the Purse House case as well? I believe but that's in California. The Purse House. That's the sex therapist who used to be married to not Bill Cosby, not married, engaged to Jim Carrey.
Drew Carey.
Yeah, Drew Carey. Yeah, that was, oh my God, that was so insane. I think it was the first day or something like that. I was watching EU and Sal. I was on Sal's and watching EU, and they were talking about this person that was on there, and I'm just sitting there watching. I'm like, that's a dude. I'm like, no, really,
that's not the thought David had.
No, Dave was. I think he figured it out, but he was just like sort of backed off a little bit. But I was like, I'm sorry, I worked with a lot of drag queens, transvestites, transsexuals, and there's a big difference in all of those. And I was like, that's a dude. And they just I'm sitting there saying that in chat, and they're like, no. I was like, all right. So I pulled up who the person was and sent it to them in private chat. Sal, you just saw his face go.
Yeah, don't Google Aubrey Kate.
Yeah.
and maybe the white jaw could have been an indication, but as one of the Transformers, she's doing a pretty good job.
No, absolutely.
And behind the screen and everything. But that's a case I really thought would be really super interesting too. And it's so boring.
Yeah,
it's such a boring case.
Oh, and what I thought was pretty cool about it is, that particular person, they run a burlesque show. I was like, awesome. I mean, they're out, working and not just leeching off the government. So
yeah,
happy with that.
Yeah, but it's always the cases that sound great on the cover, and when you open the book, it's just boring.
Yeah, you're like you're looking at this Mustang, and you're like, oh man, look at that Mustang! It looks so awesome. And you open up the hood, and you realize it's just got a 4-cylinder in it, like a Mustang 2,
like, and a small blower to make it sound like it can go fast.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it is with this YouTube stuff. It's like you want to pick a case that you can actually find interesting, and you want to see what's going to happen the next day, and you want to talk about look, this one blew my mind. I mean, blew my mind as much as like the Zachariah Anderson, with the lack of evidence and how they were trying to shove it all into this little tiny box of like, look, see guys,
Well,
Yeah,
and that's
I hate
that's
it when
like,
you shove it into tiny boxes.
Well, you know what I mean. Like they're just
well,
like,
yeah, without lubrication, it's painful.
well, it's painful to watch because
Yes,
you just want to scream at this.
yes,
Yeah,
screaming would
yeah.
be involved.
Stop it.
You jump down this rabbit hole yourself,
Oh,
and
I
you
did.
and people say, "Oh, you can't say going in raw," but you can say cram it into small boxes.
Yeah, I should know better with the people I hang out with. So
Yeah.
I only watched the first. Think I tried to watch the first episode of the Ragnarok, or as it's rightly pronounced, Ragnarok. But I didn't. I didn't really like it. If you can get the old Danish cartoon called Valhalla as the favorite
Okay.
goat herder on the YouTubes, go watch that. I'm not sure if it's ever been released in the US. It's a great. It's a it's a cartoon. We had back in the 80s. They draw a lot of these. They were called Valhalla as a whole, but all the old sagas about the Nordic gods, and they were drawn in a really cool fashion, kind of a not too superhero thingy, but kind of close to the myth. So if it's possible to watch Valhalla in the US, try giving it a look. It's a children's movie, but it's a good way to look into the mythology, not
Okay.
like all of these Odinists and people like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because Ragnarok, it came, I remember whenever it first came on, I was like, okay, I'll watch it. And I'll watch it. I was like, it just seems very political, not really giving me anything. It seemed a little like, I don't like my shows to be so political. I mean, the concept was pretty cool. You know, this kid, as he gets closer to, you know, where he's from, like starts gaining these powers, which I thought was pretty cool. But you know, then beyond that, it was like, okay, well, oh, so you've got this other god that's like trying to destroy everything, and he's supposed to be coming in as Thor or something like that. I was like, oh, great. Well, not really enjoyable for me. I mean, it was interesting, but I need a little more substance than, you know, save the planet, save the whales kind of stuff.
This is, and I don't know why they have put the picture of the with German. Das Land der Götter, Dimension und Monster, the land of gods, people and monsters. I don't know why they took the. Es war einmal am Anfang der Zeit. It was in the beginning of time, but this is the cartoons are great too if you like to learn something about the Nordic mythology. It's a great way to they talk about tell you about it. It's not too not too
Wait,
serious. It's a great little movie.
are you saying How to Train Your Dragon is not close?
Well, it's not about mythology, but it's we all have a pet dragon, and we get a box of Lego from the Queen every time, every once a month.
Once a month.
But yeah, but I like the drawing style. It's oh, that's Quark. He's a troll. He's a funny guy. Loki,
Nice.
Chalfe, Røskva, Quark, and that's real Thor, not Australian Thor. He's a redhead, not a blonde guy, and he's chubby, not muscle, and that's Sif, his wife. And these two little guys, that's his kids. They're the only gods who's going to survive Ragnarok and build the new world.
Well, and I was
I don't know.
also some of the mythology which I was looking into on that, that the
Odinist.
they were very much into trolls, pixies, those kinds of, you know, things that you would see come out later, dwarves, all of the elves that Tolkien sort of dove into, a lot of that. He incorporated a lot of that mythology, and that was just because those were really, really good stories, like leaving out, butter on a stone to keep evil spirits away and things like that. Just, I mean, like wives' tale kind of stuff, but it just sort of carried on through generation after generation after generation. If a woman wants to get pregnant, she would do X, Y, or Z. If she wanted to have a boy or a girl, they would do, certain things, and,
Yeah,
pass
and
it on.
it's funny to see all these old folk tales and kind of like some of the things how it is really a great way to tell common rules, like when Thor is riding across the skies swinging his hammer because he's hunting the trolls, and that's why it's lightning. You better go inside. Yeah, it's a great idea to not be outside when it's lightning, but it's a great way to put in how to be aware of the environment and stuff like that. So it's great rules for life. But that's why I like all the old myths and sagas, and most of them are reused into especially the Brother Grimm's fairy tales and also the Danish Hans Christian Andersen. Frozen is an adaptation of the Ice Queen Danish. Again, thank you, world. We're not the greatest, but we're close to being the greatest.
Close.
But we don't sing "Let It Go, Let It Go."
Let it
So-
go.
And I'm not sure that my chat could handle that. So we won't be doing that today.
No.
Go to MG Law if you want to see something close to it. MG Law is another streamer who does amazing content. He does it late at night or early in the morning, my time. If you like to hang out with cool people, you can meet Shizzy over there most nights, and some mornings you can meet
Some
me.
nights, some nights, some mornings, I'm around and about. Plus, I do my own stuff.
Bubble Grid, no, he wasn't always fighting a giant snake. He fought it once when he went fishing for it, and he ripped the head off a bull to use as bait. But the Yeti, as we call the trolls, who was steering the boat, who owned the oxen, he just ripped the head off. Got scared when he pulled the we don't call it a snake, we call it a worm, because we don't have snakes, because we're a better place. And when he was about to throw his hammer and kill it, he cut the line so it disappeared. But in Ragnarok, that snake will kill Thor with its poison after he kills it. So that's when the world is going to end, is when it's no more thunder and lightning, because he will be killed by what we call Midgårdsormen. So
Well,
he didn't always chase it. He only went fishing for it once. He caught it, but because of the troll, he didn't get to slay it, and that's why it would kill him on the last day.
when I had because of the stream, what was it, Tuesday that I did, I had looked into what Odinism was, or where it came from. It actually it got its main boost in popularity from Australia by somebody that was into a certain person with a little mustache,
Mhm.
and he was trying to promote it there, and that little man with a little mustache was just like, yeah, I'm not into this. But it ended up getting involved in that quite a bit. And then it sort of died out around the time of the Japanese, because he was from Australia and they shut down his church. It was like the first church of Odinism or something like that. So he tried to restart it again, and it just sort of faltered into obscurity. Not a whole lot of followers, and then it started up again in the U.S., taking some of what he had written, and like a lot of the far right was getting into that kind of stuff. And the reason I bring that up is because the one that that Nick is covering is is the defense, and it's like 137 page document.
Oh, sorry.
Court filing. Back
Sorry,
up.
sorry. Just
What?
We don't see or hear anything.
Jury,
So
actually, two questions.
2 questions.
The note, which is dated today, or today's date, and signed by the foreperson, reads, may we have a road map of Western Massachusetts, and then may we have the poster board depicting the routes taken by Cara Rintala on March 29th, 2010. So the
You can't have the
short
roadmap.
answer to both questions
Jesus.
is no.
Yeah.
I think it would make sense, though, for me to elaborate a bit in two ways. First, as to the poster board, I will tell them that if, to the extent that it was shown to them, they can consider it, but like witness testimony, they have to rely on their collective memory of what they observed. I also think it would make sense for me to remind them, based on the first question, that they cannot conduct any form of outside research or investigation inside or outside the jury room. Any objection or suggestion?
Well, prosecution wants it in.
In terms of no outside research, is the court going to tell them not to conduct their own investigation and or limit their consideration to the evidence that was presented here in the courtroom? Okay.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah, because that.
I can add that as sort of part of that.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Your Honor, on the two routes, demonstrative aid, which was marked for ID only, I could be wrong about this, but I seem to recall there being an option of letting the jury come back into the courtroom to observe it, so long as there's no commentary or anything accompanying it. And if that's an option, which again, I'm not 100% sure it is, if somebody tells me that that's been done before, let them see it, then go back and continue deliberating. So if we could just, I'm not sure if time would permit for us to research that or explore that option. If it is an option, I think it's within your discretion, and I'd like to explore that if we could.
Judge, our position would be, are you targeting that?
I am.
Okay. Our position would be we object to it. It's not an exhibit. You told the jurors already what they consider was the testimony of witnesses and exhibits. And if you expand it now to the things marked for identification, you're going to open up a Pandora's box of other stuff that they may want to see. There's a reason that it wasn't entered as an exhibit, and they can only consider testimony and exhibits.
Okay. You may be right, Mr. Gagny, but I am not inclined to spend more time to see if you can find the case and then have another discussion about this. So I'm going to do what I said I was going to do earlier, but you may be correct about that. But on this point, I don't know that I would exercise that discretion even if I had it. So let's bring in the jury.
So can anybody tell me why that even matters?
because they are stuck trying to.
I know.
I would say there's at least 3 to 4 people hung who will have her guilty, and they will sit there and point at the map and say, but see, and then maybe it's the Cara run too. They want to say, could she have ran the 4 miles? But she could have jumped into a taxi.
Also what they're missing out on is that was not an exhibit, and it was never entered into evidence, so they can't show that at all.
But to me, her driving around has nothing to do with the evidence at the crime scene.
No, but there's someone sitting there trying to figure out the timeline and saying, but I'm sure I heard. And they're saying, could we just show it on a map?
And I hate that so much.
Yeah.
Not
Because that's when you try to make up your own evidence.
Right.
Well, yeah, because then they're gonna say, well, she drove an hour this way. That's weird. So that means
there's someone in there that's
So I
trying
have a note from the jury that is dated today's date and signed by the foreperson that reads, may we have a roadmap of Western Massachusetts? And then goes on to read, may we have the poster board depicting the routes taken by Cara Rintala on March 29, 2010. So the short answer to both questions is no. But let me elaborate a bit. As to the poster board, to the extent that that was shown to you as a way of assisting you in visualizing the testimony of the witness who accompanied the display of that poster board, you may consider it just like you may consider the testimony of that witness, but you will have to rely on your collective memory of what you heard and saw in terms of the poster board. In terms of the road map of Western Massachusetts, you are limited to the evidence that you heard during the course of this trial and the exhibits that have been admitted. And so I will just remind you once again that you are not to conduct any form of outside research or investigation inside or outside of the jury room. And so don't be tempted to do so in that respect. All right, I'm going to send you back to resume your deliberations.
Yeah.
Because if you're conducting your own research, then hello, reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I have a feeling that there's one or two at least jurors that are holding out and looking at it as like this is not guilty. And there's somebody pushing really, really hard in that jury room to get like 100% on their side. They know about this case and they know a hell of a lot about it.
But like we have seen the, yeah.
I really have a feeling just because by now they should have come back with a guilty or not guilty. Yeah. And I have a feeling there is somebody in that jury pool. And I'm just speculating here. I don't know this for a fact. Just it appears to me that somebody knows a lot about this case and they want to make sure that it's solidified up. Because you don't take that long on the shady kind of information that we've been given or shady prosecution that has had no evidence. You don't take that long without somebody knowing a lot about this case.
No.
But are they, that's what's annoying me too, because it's like, are they taking all the rumors? But it like just the map itself, like it means nothing. It meant nothing to me. I was just curious what you guys felt about that, because like where she drove to, they showed where she was at the whole time. All we need to figure
but
out
you have
evidence.
her explaining two different routes. You have the one where she takes the long way around, and then the one where she takes the shorter way around.
Yeah,
and just to talk to answer as it's happening with Harper. To the panel's belief, they didn't rise above reasonable doubt, because what they're talking about now is she went out with her kid and either took a long way around or a shorter way around. she talked differently about it 2 times, but still, it's totally explainable. With I have a kid, I need to take her out of the house. My wife is gonna sleep. But to someone who's saying she's trying to make up an alibi, it doesn't change anything, because you have the hard facts. No matter which route she took, she was at the stop and go at 5:30. She was at the Burger King at, what's it, 5:48 or something. She was at the McDonald's at around 5. She was at the mall around 5:15 or something like that. So what you were missing is the drive. And if you don't believe the time of death could be placed 3 hours before she was found, then the drive doesn't matter because she would have been dead before she left the house.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
And of course, if the jury was listening to the evidence, and Rosemary had been, pointing some of these things out, it's like, listen, they're talking about the body pooling, the blood pooling in certain parts of the body, because that would be facing down. So the blood would pool here, but the problem was they found blood pooling on the front and the back, which changes the time that rigor mortis was set in, because once rigor mortis sets in, you don't have blood pooling.
Yeah. And that again screws with the timeline. Everything, the struggle, she was strangulated and had defensive markings on her neck, which indicates, even though she was dazed and had head wounds, she must have been clawing at her own neck. That's elevated adrenaline stress in the body. I don't care if it's for a minute or for 5 minutes. She was fighting, but the state don't know. She was too dazed. You don't claw yourself if you're unconscious. And stuff like that is, I don't like it when they do that. And 2010 GPS wasn't that.
Yeah, you had GPS, but it was not. They didn't have GPS. You had it, but they didn't have it, and they didn't have it on their phones.
Yeah.
No, back then you didn't have GPS on your phone unless you paid a lot of money for the data plan.
Exactly. And unless she had gloves on or something when she did this, she would have had marks on her hands if she was strangling her wife.
Yeah, because again, she had defensive wound on her skin. She would have done something to the hands, strangulating her.
And you scratch somebody, like, you could get somebody good. And she had nothing. They saw nothing on her. Anyway.
Yeah, but you have to understand, Puffer, that this has been going for quite some time. This isn't. It wasn't just overnight. This has been going on for what, 12, 13 years now. This case.
Yeah.
They've had 2 hung juries, 1 conviction that got overturned, and this is the 4th trial that they've had for this poor woman.
And exactly this thing, she gave a testimony at night when she, according to her, came home, found her dead wife in the basement, totally filled with stress, as she would be, or if you believe the prosecution, had murdered her wife, cleaned up the crime scene, some of the crime scene, not all of the crime scene, then went out to establish an alibi, came home, and was taken into custody, which also would have been super stressful. So she tells them one route. The next day, when she's been sleeping a bit, but still, she was interrogated around midnight, came back the next morning around 9, I believe, was interrogated again. She misremembers a route she drove. That's totally one of the first things you learn when you do first aid is be aware if you go to a car accident or any kind of accident, if someone is kind of standing in the outside looking a bit dazed, don't let them walk off, because that could be a hidden trauma that will set in later. You can't rely on people being, when you go over and say, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." Because when you've been in a traumatic incident, it can take minutes, it can take hours for it to kick in. So you can't really rely on that. I can't remember if they were allowed to take notes. I hope they were.
I think
because yeah, it's a 10-day trial. So I really hope so.
Yeah, I think they were.
Well, and also there's one thing that nailing maps to Wallace is, and I've noticed this quite a bit in this space where we say don't talk to police. Okay, that's there. Just realize that there's a reason why you would talk to police. Say, for example, someone steals your car and you've got a child in the car. You definitely want to be talking to the police and letting them know.
Especially if it's your child. If it's not, don't talk to the police.
Yeah. But if they start questioning you, then that's whenever you want to, not divulge information. So just trying to clear that up. There is a time to be talking to the police.
Especially when they say, we're just here to help. Could you come talk to us? We really want to clear this up.
Yeah,
That's when you say, I really want to talk to my lawyer, and he will join me when we talk to you, when we're just trying to clear it up, because we're all friends here. But we have to remember, she was an EMT. She knew every officer at the scene, almost. And none of the witnesses has talked about elevated hostilities between the Cara and her wife. They had been in divorce a year to 6 months, 6 months to a year before, and Cara showed up with bruising on her neck, but got arrested because the other one walked through the door as the first person.
Yep.
And yes, that's how they do it in Massachusetts in 2010. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I believe 8 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know. I would be more, I mean, I wouldn't really consider this too much, but I think if she was the one that did it and knowing all the cops and stuff, she might have not wanted to speak to them. You know, that would be more suspicious to me, I guess, versus, because yeah, like you said, like you really put it together, like she knew these people, and if she was truly innocent and she knew these people and these people were her friends that she's dealt with on a daily basis for years, why wouldn't you just go to them and be like, oh my God, you know, this happened, can't believe this. So
yeah. Well, I mean, and it's all, you just be aware of your situation, you know, that's all I'm saying. If they're wanting you to elaborate more,
yeah,
that's whenever you go, yeah, and anything more, that's all I've got. You
like
know?
This is the question all of us asks. When they know he lied to the police
multiple times,
and he was so cooperating, he gave them his bank statements a year later, and they didn't get to look at them for 2 years, another year. So 2 years after the fact, they found out he lied about the day of the murder. But
so was he still sleeping in her sleeping bag at that time too?
I'm not sure, but they talked about months after her death, he slept in her sleeping bag, and not looking into this guy. No explanation of why. Because you could have said, well, we have him on camera out shoe shopping in Massachusetts, not Massachusetts, in New York that day. So we know he couldn't be in Massachusetts. That will totally destroy the reasonable doubt. But I'm always afraid when there's jury questions, because you try to gauge in which direction the jury is leaning.
Well, with the maps question, it makes me believe exactly what Shizzy said. There's just some people in there that are really holding out.
I think they may be holding out for the wrong reason. That's not something you want to have on your jury, because they just make it difficult for people that are actually, you know, and this does happen quite often, more often than you would think, that there are people that will get on juries, so because they know that it's a particular case, and they will make sure that if they get chosen, that they're going to be on that jury. They will lie, they will tell things that are not true, although they could get in a lot of trouble for it. But we saw that during a really big trial not too long ago, that somebody had gotten on the jury that was at BLM riots and crap like that. I'm trying to remember what case that was, because it all came out afterwards, because they were asking, you know, are you part of this? And they were just like, no, not at all. Turns out they were. So there's people that get on cases and they'll intentionally do it so they can be.
Oh, that was the Kim Potter trial.
Yeah, Kim
where
Potter.
he had walked in the BLM riots with a shirt saying BLM, but absolutely did have no. It wasn't the Kim Potter. It was the guy who choked out
George
the guy.
George Floyd.
Yeah, he absolutely wasn't biased in any way, even though he had been at a BLM march.
Yeah,
it happens.
Like quite a bit. very active. Yeah, that becomes a big problem with juries, and that kind of stuff does happen. And I think that's my concern with this one here, because it just something doesn't seem right. I mean,
Mhm.
the prosecution seems a little confident enough to change their story up multiple times to try to fit the narrative of time.
Just
But-
some stuff they said
but-
in that thing just it hurt me. So I was just like ready to be like freak out, because that's crazy. That's somebody's life you're messing with.
I think it was me who said that Mark might have shown up saying, "You lied to me." As you know, he sent a text. One of the last texts he sent was, "I'm nice to people till they lie to me," or "I'm your friend," or whatever. He came over and said, because he knew they made up this story at the fire station the night before when they were working together. After you go out for your physical therapy, you send Cara out. Say you're gonna sleep, and she should take the kid out of the house. Then I'm coming over and getting the biggest smooch of my life, and not only on the corner of the mouth. But Cara is called to the fire station, so she has to be on a 3-hour callback where she can't leave the house. That messes up with their sexy time. He then comes over, and because he figured something out, or she didn't answer him with all his multiple calls, he loses his mind, as some guys do. Try to beat the door down with the spade. She comes out opening. You saw her phone in the bed. She's dressed in just her pajama bottoms and a sports bra. Comes out, says, "What the F are you doing? I want you now. And she trips, falls over down the stairs, and he thinks, "Oh my God, if she wakes up, she's gonna point the finger at me." Runs out the house, gets away. That's a better explanation of the evidence at the scene than whatever the prosecution tells you.
Mhm.
That's what I see more reasonable in this case than any other story.
Yeah.
Because you had, "I'm going to get it on Friday. I'm going to get it on Friday. I'm going to get it on Friday." He said it in multiple texts that he would.
And then Friday looks like it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and again, she gets the 3-hour call. She doesn't respond because she's with her daughter, so she can't tell him, "You have to wait 3 hours," because she's still here, and he's desperate now because he gave her $7K. He just paid her $250, and she's demanding money from him again. And the wife is annoying him at home, and he just got the bluest of the blue balls. And now's the time.
Oh, he might have been coming by. He might have been coming by to drop off the iPad, and she wasn't.
Yeah, she slams the door in his face. They get and he takes the shovel and says, "I'm gonna get to you." I could sell it.
We haven't seen the iPad yet. One that he supposedly
No, it was supposed to be on Friday, and this was on a Tuesday, I believe.
Maybe he wanted to get some money for it.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to have some smexy time, because again, he knew Cara's work schedule. He knew everything.
Mm-hmm.
Eris, let's put it this way: whenever people want to cheat, they will find a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew this young lady, and I worked with her. She got knocked up by one of her best friend's husbands.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, I just started streaming on Rumble.
Especially whenever the wife, because when she found out she was knocked up, it was a little further on, and husband said something to the wife, and the wife went and said, "Yeah, you're going to take care of that baby. You're not getting a divorce. You're gonna take care of that baby, and you're going to send money over there. That's your child."
Yeah.
And no, we're not getting a divorce. Weird. People are weird, man.
And again, this is all of the things that I hope just 2 guys, because one guy will be convinced by 11 other people, but 2 strong opinion guys sitting in there in each side of the table saying, but it just doesn't make sense. Then the 2 weak-willed men will say, the alpha is talking, I'll better switch to his side. And in the end, even the Karen who said, I want to see the map so I can show you because I know this route. I would have taken this route and I drive that route every single day. And I know even she will be convinced that this is a hoax. And you only need, and that's the big problem, do people even know what is reasonable doubt?
No,
We have put
they
together, doing this trial, we have put together 4, 5, 6 different scenarios that could fit this case with the same evidence.
Yeah.
And if you can make more than 2 believable cases out of the evidence,
There's
you have
reasonable doubt.
Absolutely. If the prosecution story, like if you're even making adjustments to it, that's reasonable doubt, guys.
Yeah.
Why do these messages? Yeah, especially a message about my sister got the big C word. What does that have to do with anything? Why do you need to delete that your sister got a disease that most of us will have at some point in our life, or will have family members who will be touched by? It's not like I got you pregnant or something. It's a disease. Why did he hide it? To me, it seems again he wanted some sympathy, because sometimes when women feel sympathy for a simp, they give them a 5-second mouth hug.
Yep. Sympathy for simps usually works. I've seen it. I've seen girls go like goo goo gaga over guys that are just like, oh, my wife left me, or my ex-girlfriend treated me so bad. My pet died. And like girls will put out for the sympathy schmoogie,
You aren't wrong.
They're also usually filled with regret afterwards. Like, I can't believe I did that with the creepy dude that went all simpy on me.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a lasting one.
Iris, Brandon always makes good points sometimes. Our jury system, well, I can relate it to, we had the case I covered with the girl who was chopped in 231 pieces. A case on that level will not start at my level unless the defendant asks for it. It will normally be with 3 judges and 6 laymen. Each layman has 1 vote, the judges has 2. They watched the same trial I did, follow it. We can only follow it through the news media, so I haven't seen every evidence in the case. And there were 3 different things they voted for. 4 votes went for 12 years imprisonment. 2 votes went for 14 years, I believe it was, and 6 votes went for going to the place with the soft walls when you have a bit of a problem and do crazy stuff.
They call it a rubber room here.
Yeah, and I can see who has voted for what. I think the laymen are probably a bit more tough than the judges are in Denmark. Is our system perfect? No. But what I like about our system is, again, I would say I have been in court more than most of any lawyer who's on YouTube. Maybe a DUI guy have more cases, but criminal lawyers don't go to court that often. Most lawyers don't go to court that often. And I only do criminal cases, but I have sat through more than 50 cases, I believe. So I tend to believe that I listen to the evidence and I know what the bar is for reasonable doubt. But if you pull 12, if I could get 12 of you from chat to jump on a StreamYard link and tell me what's reasonable doubt, I will have 12 different answers. We do this over a 4-year period. Most of the times when you start out, you have a newbie and a veteran. So you can kind of try to talk it out. And by doing it for 4 years, or as I have done it way too many years, and I am doing 4 more, you get to know both the rules for what is evidence and what can you do and what not to do and what's to listen for, because you can look at all the flash. Can anyone remember when David Copperfield walked through the Great Wall of China?
Yes.
It's because you looked here when you were supposed to look here.
Yeah.
And I think by doing a lot of cases, you don't get distracted as much. But you can be very biased because you've done a lot of cases, and you know, oh, that girl, she must have asked for it because she looks like a girl who asks for it. You can get that too. So there's upsides and downsides. But I think pulling 12 guys, 12 people off the street and just putting them in a room, it tends to me, you wouldn't get the same kind of attention to the trial, because what do we hear when every trial starts? Oh, how do I get out of jury duty? That's the number one thing an American thinks about, is how do I never be on a jury, because I don't want to do it for $15 a day. And if you don't want to be there, you're not listening.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem. I want to be there because I get a fair amount. I don't know how it's not a day's wage in Denmark, but I get a good chunk of money. I get $80 or something for being there for one day, and I have volunteered to do it, and I think we make better listeners than people. It's almost like your boyfriend. In the beginning, he listens real hard because he's interested in you. When he just want to watch the football game, he's not listening. He's just saying, honey, And I think that's the problem with having these forced jurors in the room. So I think we would have more expertise, but still, you still have the human factor. I know what I would have yelled at in the room if people had gone the other way. But also, my personality could be a strong one. But let's say it was, I don't know, Salbert, who had the same ideas as me, but maybe didn't
articulate them.
Yeah, or didn't want to stand up in the front of a room and say, shut up. Then it doesn't matter. And so is any system better? I think we are better at listening and are more interested in being at the trial. That's a good thing, but still, we are also maybe a bit biased because we're doing it a lot. And some people probably have, because we also see that 95% of cases is won by the state. So do we have an implicit bias that if you're sitting in the chair, you're guilty? I try not to do it. I'm very conscious about not thinking about people as guilty or not guilty. But sometimes if you chat it in the face and has a long list of priors, you really have to fight those biases.
Or you look at somebody and you're just like, dude's giving me the creeps, or you know, they just have that look about them, you know, that they look like Chopper from was Australia. If you've ever seen those commercials, oh my god,
yeah,
he was like, oh, you little kids, you're gonna come see me, and I'll take care of you. Just like, geez.
and Brandon, you're completely right. You could get an asshole. Most I know a lot of the lawyers now because I do so many trials and we don't have that much rotation. It's almost always the same lawyers who get the cases. And I'm pretty sure some of them look at me and think, oh my God, we got the idiot again. But I also know a lot of prosecutors who probably think, every time I try a trial before this guy, I always get a lower or higher sentence, because they also know me now, and I could be an asshole. I don't know. I think I'm fair, but I'm tough. I admit to that. I'm not a guy who's easily turned over. If you believe something else, I'll fight you for your ideas, because some people have different ideas than me, and that's also, I try to to point to where I think the evidence are, and they do this. And in Denmark, that's another different thing. You can't get convicted with a split jury. We're three men, the judge and two laymen. If we vote, oh, not this finger. If we vote for, if we vote that Brandon absolutely didn't do it, and the judge say, well, I'm sure, we win. Brandon goes free because we have a vote each, and you just have to have the majority. You don't have to have everyone.
And that's why you'll see a lot of boards like here in the States, like county boards, board of commissioners, they're going to have an odd number of people. And the reason they do that is so you don't end up with having to figure out, well, we're split 50-50. You've got somebody in there that might sway it one way or the other. And sometimes they're unanimous, but having that ability to have, instead of having 6 people with 3 that agree and 3 that agree the other way, you've got that 7 person that can, sort of mediate between 2 of them.
Yes, so never get deadlocked.
And it's still a fine line on that kind of thing also, because you may, like my wife has dealt with homeowners associations that are set up like that. And you get one person in there that's just an absolute pain, or a group of people in there that, they just completely agree all the time on every single thing and every little whim, and they have no backbone or thought of their own. They do it because, well, his kid mows my lawn all the time, so I've got to side with him kind of attitude. Then it can turn a little bit sideways, but.
And you see that in every boardroom. And I've been in 2 different political parties, and now I'm in it's an independent list. And you will always see the person who just looks at the foreperson and says, yeah. And when you ask them about something, they just reiterate what the foreperson said. Vigit Psych, do I think, do we get randomly selected? No, you apply. Every 4 years, you apply at your city government, city. We have an area that we cover, and every, we call them kommuner in Denmark. That's an area like a county or something. You apply to them, they go through, see, do you have anything against you do you have you done time or whatever? I don't know what the terms are that you have to live up to. Then they send it to the things that the government part that takes care of the judicial system, and then you are pulled in a straw poll, and when you are selected, then you're put into another bowl, and then you're either selected for what I'm in, the local courts, or the step above. So you never know when you get every 4 years. I had two girlfriends this time who applied for the first time. Both of them got it in other counties, and I didn't get mine. So I thought, well, maybe I don't get it. But I did finally have the letter. And then I have to read the letter to see, will I be staying in the local court, or would I have to go to Odense to take the next level up? And we don't know it, but it's randomly selected, but you apply to be in the pool of the people they can randomly select for.
Wow. That is so crazy.
But then they know they have people. You don't have to, because that's what I don't like with Brandon here. I don't like Brandon because he votes for the Spaghetti Monster Party, and he has a wonky eye. I don't like people on my jury with wonky eyes, because I had a bad juror with a wonky eye once. Well, tough as you get 12 people, and if any of these 12 people is you can say, because he knows the cousin of the victim or something, he can't do the jury duty. But you can't throw somebody out just because you get 6 strikes. Why? I don't like him. His politics are wrong. Well, tough shit. It's 12 people of your peers. You just get the pool of the 100 person, then you can draw one from prosecution, one from the defense, and you have 12 people. Why do you get to handpick your jury? That's not 12 people of 12 peers. That's selected juries. I think that's weird.
Yeah, but what if you're a career criminal? Then you're not. That's not a jury of your peers.
No, but still, how come I can show? I can say, well, Shizzy, I don't like him. I don't just the way he looks, or he voted wrong, or he answered a question about his favorite color wrong. He can't be on the jury. That's not how the law works.
Yeah, it's a little more interesting than that. Needs to redo the poll. You guys are fine.
We have, if you figure out someone, that's why I don't talk much about the cases I've been in, because I can be yeeted off the list.
Yeah.
If I don't, even though I'm technically it's okay for me to talk about it, I don't want to do it because I might slip up and say a name of a victim or something.
Yeah.
So I try not to talk too much about it. I could talk about the headlines. But if people get maybe demented or they do some crime, if they move cities, they get yeeted off the list. And if you do your job wrong, if you won't listen to the judge, because we have these a normal death sentence in Denmark is between 10 to 16 years after the severity of a death, a murder. And if you go in and say, I won't give them more than 2 years, I think he's guilty, but 2 years must be enough. Then you'll probably be in trouble. They probably can't yeet you because of that, but you have to, or you can say, I don't want to convict him because I don't think murder is a crime. Well, you have to follow the law. You sign a paper saying, I will follow the law. So you can't be yeeted if you're just an idiot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it really does. I mean, here especially in mine, I've been called up to do jury duty. It was like 3 times in 1 year. So ridiculous. It just was, because usually you're put on like that rotation where once it clears to, they start at A and work their way all the way to Z. And then once they hit that certain spot, then they flip it over and start going over it again. They must have gone through a lot of freaking cases, because it was like it was within the year I'd gotten 3 of them. I was like, man, what the heck?
We just passed 5 hours and 30 minutes.
I never did any jury duty. I just was called in, and they didn't even voir dire me or anything like that. They'd have like questionnaire, fill out the questionnaire, and then they would come in. All right, jurors 1 through 200, you're here. Everybody else, see you later. Bye. I was like, okay.
And Brandon, but I think I really hope when you get summoned to a case like this, I can understand if you're sitting there for he gone done run over my horsey, and I want to have the $50 that he owe me. You might be thinking, am I having pizza tonight, or am I having guilty? But I really hope that people will, even though that most people don't want to be there, that they take it so serious, because this is a person's life. And no, I'm not getting mad. I had a beer, so I'm calming down.
No,
I need a pee after the beer.
If you're not paying attention, you might be sitting there going, "Oh yeah, I'm thinking about pizza tonight, but okay, it's only $50, but you missed out on the other stuff that this person's now going to be charged with a felony, and they're never going to be able to own a firearm, and they were on the shooting team." And now yeah, sure, it was just a $50 fine, but now they're in trouble for
I'm gonna water the
a lot
roses.
more. Yeah, plus a lot more, harsh crap. So I think that's why judges are very clear whenever they're
in Denmark. We are we are paid around $80 a day.
That's better than what we get here. I think it's something like $20 a day.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been about 5 years. So
Like I said, I got one summons when I was like 18 and they dismissed it because you call and they didn't need us. And I've nothing since. And I'm like,
I had one that I forgot to answer. That was the third one that year. I honestly, and they said to call in the day before or some crap like that to see if your number was on the list. And I joke not. I went on vacation and didn't think twice about it.
yeah, well, it happens.
And I mean, if I would have called, I would have known that following Monday whenever I was back. It just slipped my mind altogether. Hey, Nick, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Hi, Nick. How are you? But yeah, I agree. Like, people should take, like, this is someone's life.
Yes.
This shouldn't be about gossip and what you think you would have done. I think that's the biggest thing too, is like people trying to say, well, I would have done this. You have to take that out of the equation. It took me a while to learn that when I was watching this stuff, because I would be like, well, I would have done that. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not that person. That wasn't my situation.
Right. Well, and I, whenever I'm talking about, if you're breaking into a house, this is the way that I'd be looking at this aspect of doing it, just as, talking about something to, break up the boredom.
Mhm.
I'm just, and also I have a hard time resolving certain aspects of this kind of crime. And that's what you're trying to do, is you're going, okay, make this evidence make sense to me.
Yeah.
If you're saying that she was at this place, but yet you've got not very clear picture, why are they bringing crime scene evidence to the scene of the crime from, that you recovered from somewhere else? All these little things start to add up where you're just like, yeah, something's not smelling good here.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't put my finger on it. It's almost just something just, and if they've been gone this long trying to deliberate on this thing, then there's somebody in there holding this stuff up like really bad. And I don't know why. I'm having a hard time resolving why somebody's holding all this up. And it's that same stuff that happened with Murdoch. Oh my God, that had to be so tedious.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine anybody sitting through that thing again, but they're going to have to.
Yeah.
They're going to have to, because of some clerk of the court
who got her hands
screwing up.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been doing that. Oh, I agree.
No.
And then me and David talked about this when I first met him and stuff. It was just like how much they need more education for us. You know what I mean? Like I've just learned this stuff by watching YouTube and being really interested in the trials in law and stuff like that. So I obviously have taught myself like what it really needs to be, but there's a lot of people out there that don't have any clue. Just now that I've changed my opinion on things and how I've talked to people in my life about this stuff and seeing there's like not really having that discussion with them. And now I'm realizing, like, even my close family members, they are the same way. They look at the state and like, oh, well, people get charged of a crime and they're bringing evidence. They must have something.
Well, and you had something, there was something pulled up earlier. Why do they consider this a civil service? Because back whenever I was going to school, they actually taught civics. And this is the kind of things that you would have learned in civics. And they've almost eliminated that out of school curriculums entirely, where they don't teach any sort of civics lessons. You do not understand what's in your Constitution, your Bill of Rights. You don't understand anything about just basic civics, like how your structure is set up in your city, your town. And some of these people, it's not until they're reaching their 30s that they're like, why are my taxes so high? Because, getting out of college, you're not paying taxes. You're not paying property taxes. You don't own a house. Your mom and dad are paying for your schooling, or you've got, exorbitant school loans. You don't understand the laws that have been passed. You don't even know the first thing about how to, petition your legislature to get laws changed. You don't understand the difference between a riot and a peaceful protest.
No.
You don't understand these things because you never took a civics lesson.
No, and they never taught anything like that in school for me.
Don't talk about taxes. You're gonna make me spiral.
Well, we do have it's mandatory if you go to the school Dave's wife went to. You have to take a class in civil. You have to learn about
civics. Yes,
civics. Yeah, but still, my daughter took it, and she asked me for help with her exam, and I don't see my daughter as particularly not smart. She's kind of a smart kid who, if you teach it right, it would stick. And their teacher, he was a very in Denmark, red is far left. He was very far left, and because she wanted to vote for what's the Libertarian Party, again in Denmark, Libertarian means low taxes, no rules, not like in the US with it's the kind of funny hap people who's running around and just saying free weed. He mocked her in class because how could anyone vote for that? That's stupid, stuff like that. So her education was really bad because you had a bad teacher, and that's always the problem. And I saw it on LC's show one day. They talked about how bad people are educated these days, and we have the same problem in Denmark.
Yes.
Almost a quarter of the people in some schools leave without a functional degree, and we have 10 years of mandatory schooling. And that's because, in my opinion, and funny fact, I did a year and a half in teacher college because when I was trying to get rehabilitated to do another job after my back got bad. A lot of the people who's becoming teachers today do it with an agenda. They don't do it because they think, well, I'm really into history. I like to talk about history. They do it because, I can't really see myself doing anything else. Oh, teaching is pretty easy. You have a long summer vacation, and also the parents don't want to take the responsibility of making the kids ready to go to school, because it's always little Tommy who's the problem. It's not little Johnny. My kid is perfect. Yeah, he trashed a classroom, but it's because all the other kids make him do it. He can't sit still for 2 minutes. Yeah, well, he's a creative kid, so maybe the teacher doesn't know how to embrace him.
Well,
I kind of
and I'll say something that might get a few people angry at me, so don't take this the wrong way, okay? Those
Please
that
do.
might want to get mad. Those that cannot do, teach. That's a pretty common thing, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should be, if you want to go into being an electrician, you go an apprentice under somebody that's an electrician. You don't apprentice under somebody that's going to be a baker if you want to become an apprentice.
This is either going to torch my channel or it's going to be okay.
I mean, it's an opinion. It's somebody's opinion. It's fine.
That's not the thing that's going to torch my channel.
What is it? Is it a private chat or something?
Oh, I modded Brandon.
Oh, okay. I've got Brandon modded on my channel.
Yeah, he's not so bad. Come on.
Yeah, but it's a link to what? That's if it's the highlight of Aubrey Kate's career, I'm not sure that's going to be helpful to my YouTube channel. But it could be interesting. Maybe you can learn how to milk a horse on that channel.
I don't think he'll ever do anything like that.
No, I know he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, but I really think that what we were when I became an apprentice, you had the guys who did the full 40-week introduction at school, or like me, did 20 weeks and then started in the bakeries. You learn so much more by doing. That's why to this day, even though I haven't been a baker for many years, the second I touch a piece of dough, I know exactly what, if it has too much flour, too little flour, if it needs more tension or whatever I have to do with it.
Just
Because
by
it's
touch.
just stuck in my brain, and you need reps. In Denmark, you can't get homework because it's not helping you to learn anything. Well, that's not what homework is about. It's about meeting a deadline. Because the second you go into a workplace, someone is saying you have to have this done by Monday. You can't say, but my dog ate my homework, so I can't. Oh, I don't. You have it's about learning responsibility, but you can't do that because it's too bad for the kids. Now we're going to change in Denmark. There's a lot of talk about changing the time you have to go to school in when you're a teenager, because the teenager sleep rhythm is different than for other people. Well, go to bed earlier. I never slept as a teenager. I stayed up, read books all night, and did other things. It's pre-internet, so we had to read about it too. Um, so it's normal, but now we have to cater to them. No, learn them to get out of bed. Learn them to stand up. I started my first paper route when I was 9. Today it's not allowed. You're not allowed to start to work till you're 14 because it's too bad for you. You don't learn to take responsibility. You don't learn to earn a bit of money and what taxes are. That's why you have a paper route. It's to learn that $100 doesn't go that far.
Yeah, I mean, I took. I started mowing lawns whenever I was young and learned the value of a dollar. I mean,
Yeah.
and got Squaw Bob. I knew was going to get all upset about it. King Gay, yeah. Whenever I say that, is you're generally going to find teachers falling into a position of being teaching, because running your own business is very, very hard. And I'm not saying all teachers are like this. I'm saying that that's where you're going to find teachers. You're not going to find as many teachers running their own business. If they do, they'll just run their own business, because teaching takes time away from running a business and vice versa. Like I knew a guy that ran a landscaping company, because during the summer is whenever school was out, and the rest of the time he was a full-time, I believe, history teacher. And so he would teach, and then in the summer he would run a landscaping crew all the way into the fall, and then he handed off to his guy, and he would handle the business, and then in the winter it would pretty much shut down and he would be back in school teaching. Not saying that every teacher can't run a business. I'm just saying that generally you're going to find, especially more recently, going to find a lot of your people that's their career is teaching, as compared to some people their career is their career, and then they teach people after they've gotten to a certain point. They're just like, I want to spread this on and better society, better people. I want to be a shop teacher because I want these guys to learn how to fix cars. And it doesn't always go by the book, but we have to have some of the book studies in there. I mean, you're going to find much better teachers that way. I know that a lot of the teachers that I had in high school, the high school coach, football coach, was probably the best history teacher that I've ever had in my life.
Sorry.
He was unbelievable.
Sorry.
Something up.
The sound from court. Sounds come on and off from court. Someone was whistling.
Well, you can fast forward a little bit. Looks like.
Nothing happening now, but
No.
I mean, here, sound kicked in.
Maybe something's getting ready to happen. Maybe they're taking a lunch break. Oh, there's heads. And they could have another hearing going on too, possibly.
They're not in the same room. Someone was whistling before, not whistling Dixie.
Oh, come on, whistle Dixie. There it is.
I don't know where your audio levels.
I don't know where you are at your levels.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it running in the background so we can hear if they jump back on.
And see, for me, it's about lunchtime, and I need to.
Yeah, I really want them to say that they're going for lunch, so I can put word on screen. I forgot to set that on low latency again, so I can go get my lunch. But yeah,
here it's noon. I still feel like they're gonna do something here. Like they're just all gonna jump in and be like, "All right, everybody back." So what I'll do is I'll make sure I have Discord open on my phone. So if the jury does come back, just hit me up really quick. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Judy, we are still on verdict watch. Yeah, I'm having a liquid lunch right now, but I was hoping I was having a pizza.
Pizza?
Pizza, yeah.
Nice.
Pizza.
But it's 6 my time, and they've been going for today. They started at 3. That's 3 hours, and they had 2.5 hours yesterday. That doesn't matter up. It's close to 6 hours they've been going. I put a poll up in my channel. So did Shispis. Shispis is 75% not guilty. Mine is a little different. It's 48%.
Audio's on.
Audio's on. Check, check, check. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3.
50% not guilty.
Check, check,
Please.
check. Test, test, test.
Please,
1, 2,
please,
3,
please.
4, 5. Check, check, check. No.
They're checking for
Not
volume.
hearing anything.
Oh, we hear you.
Yeah, they have audio problems, but if they're checking audio, doesn't it seem like they will be about to come? Is anything a thing on Twitter?
Yeah, usually because they want it to be heard. They want the judge to be heard.
Yeah, but they
Welcome
haven't
back,
done mic checks so far. Around 3, I thought they said 18 months to begin with, but in the closing, the kid was almost 3. And Jody, I have done it so many times. Jesus wasn't Italian. Jesus was an American. So he couldn't have invented pizza.
You sure he wasn't Greek? Maybe
I don't know if there's a verdict. We haven't. Have anyone checked Twitter?
You should be getting that. I think you should get the Twitter alert if you're following that page.
I am, but I don't know if you know. Twitter isn't really great at doing all the things.
Twitter has really been unreliable for me.
I never get any of the verdict things.
Oh, I get them all the time. There's only been one time it didn't happen, but
No, they went to black screen. And no, ladies, black screens aren't a little bit bigger. Now they turned off the cam. I can't see anything. Nope. Can you see anything?
Mm-mm. No.
I don't know why, because they turned off the feed.
They had said something about they're trying to work through some audio issues, so maybe that's why.
Oh, yeah. Should we try and break for lunch and then put the
Yeah.
word on screen up, and then we rush back if we hear anything?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, because I gotta do something.
Because you'll at least get a couple of minutes before.
Yeah, they're not gonna jump right back into it. At least if you're watching, they should be okay. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some kind of stream.
Yeah, some kind of stream.
We're gonna lunch break because normally if there is a verdict, they would give us a little bit of warning. Should I put on words on screen and then I can go heat up my pizza, and
Yeah, I think so.
all you lovely
so.
people can just have us hanging around in the background, and then the second my iPad starts chiming in that something will happen, we'll we'll start back up and take off the words on screen. I'm sorry, Iris. Even if you're on a winning streak, we won't. We'll just pull it.
Yep. And if you guys want to jump over on Baker's stream, the link is up there in the top. It should take you directly to his channel, and go.
We have a lot of
play it.
We have a lot of new people here right now. I think so. 83 people here.
Blame
we do this
while everybody's here.
we do this a little bit when we have a break. We put on this word on stream. If you are in my chat, the Broken Baker chat, you can play along. It goes like this. Oh, nope. Something is happening in court. We're just going to kill that one again. Sorry. Shizzy, come back.
I'm not seeing any of them in the.
Okay, audio check. You guys hearing me on your end?
Yeah.
I'm going to turn the audio off. I'm seeing no levels.
You can't say that on YouTube.
I'm going to reset the unit. I don't see levels coming up on the screen.
Does it seem like they just are doing audio? It doesn't seem like they're going.
Well,
it doesn't seem like the thing is.
The girl
Hey,
that
Aunt Minnie.
had in there, she usually puts an update, and she was just saying they were just checking levels and stuff.
Okay. Hey, Aunt Minnie, I saw you sub to me. Thank you so much. And if you're new to this, we're gonna do this. Oh no! Don't do that. Sub.
Copy. Everybody copied, but nobody actually did anything.
I'm gonna put this on screen. I'm gonna take you down. Can you still hear the court?
No.
Okay, because I can hear it, so I can just keep this on if anything happens. But you will we'll do this game if you're in my chat, and I'm gonna remove this one as well. You can play along. You can't do it over in Shizzy's because they can't figure it out. But what it is, it's just guessing the words with the letters presented at the screen. It's kind of fun.
No, you have to be the first one to get the word. If the word's already up on the screen, see, look, there's 4 letters, 4 letters, 4 letters, and then it goes up. So you just have to type in words, and then sometimes you have to read the top. It will say there's a fake letter, meaning if you're using that letter, it's, you're not going to get the word. But it does sometimes not pick up when you're typing it in, but it's the first person that gets the word.
So play along if you like to, and hang around because we'll be back soon when we're done eating, and entertain yourself. And thank you so much for hanging out, and hope that everyone will play the game, have fun with the game, and I should have no prizes, just the bragging rights.
Are you going to
See
put on
you.
music?
We're gonna rock a little night driving. Hello, welcome back. And just to show we are not cheating, that nothing super exciting has happened so far, we're still back at nothing.
Yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear something in the background as well.
Well, I'm sitting outside.
Oh, fancy.
Let me see if I can fix that. Just a second.
Well, you use the letters and then you make the words, or you do as I do. You just punch the keyboard and sometimes you're lucky. Hey, Fetty.
So is that better?
Yeah, you just sound like you changed your voice.
Yeah, some cheap earbuds thing. That's why.
Well, that's okay. But yeah, nothing has happened. They had lunch and they're back to deliberating. A little more than 7.5 hours so far has gone by. So I'm leaning. They don't have a clear guilty or not guilty now when they're gone almost 8 hours.
Yeah.
That's my totally non-professional, non-scientific assumption. But if you're gone for almost 8 hours, and the only questions you have had is, can we see a map of Western Massachusetts? I've been thinking about that map while I ate, and you could also try to figure out how far away that store Mark bought his pants in were. Because they didn't say they wanted a map over the city. They wanted it over Western Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense. It's a mess. I mean, I'm just a little.
Nicholas, you're behind.
I'm just a little aggravated that I just wish that defense could have done a little bit more, said a little bit more, said something, more convincing. Of course, I don't think they could have. It just
no, but you always think, if they just mentioned that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
in reality, no.
No. I mean,
it probably
did
wouldn't
so.
have changed much.
No, I don't think it would have either. Just just wish they could have done more.
Yeah, make it more clearly that that the luminol wasn't blood. That's the only thing I'm sitting here thinking about is I would really have hammered that home. And genitals, I really can't see them go for a fourth try because 2 hung juries, then 1 conviction overturned, and if they end up in a hung jury again, what else can they put into this case? I really can't see how you in any way can justify doing all of this again in a couple of years. But again, I'm not a lawyer, but as a former politician, I would say, especially if Massachusetts has an election coming up to any of the important roles who has anything to do with the judicial system, I would maybe campaign that the taxpayers' money is being wasted and fentanyl is much bigger of a problem. And if we can't do it in 4 tries, is it humane to do it again? And is this just because they want to nail this woman and they don't have the evidence? I could run a campaign against those people.
Mm-hmm. I probably would too if I was there.
Yeah, that's a great case, especially let's say you're kind of a middle of the road Democrat. You go for the LGBTQ voice and said they're just railroading her because she has the sexual orientation she has, and maybe throwing in a little bit. Would they have done this to a man? And it's just typical waste of money. And what we really should be doing is look into the real crimes and stuff like that. I could run a
How
campaign of that.
inhumane is this to do to a person? You've tried them. You clearly haven't made a case, and I mean, this is, yeah, I could see where you could spin that into something.
Yeah, and I really, after seeing the prosecution, we know it wouldn't happen because it's the fourth trial. I would have thrown it out with whatever they presented. It was so flimsy, and that's why I can't understand we're still sitting here after 8 hours. But again, are you at the harbor?
No, there's just planes flying by.
Oh, just sounds like a foghorn.
Yeah, it's a damn plane. We're not too far from an airport. This is why I hardly ever do this outside, but
Yeah.
have somebody right here, so I have to be outside, out of the way.
Well, Rabbit, she was strangled, so it's kind of hard to make that an accident. Nothing says that it was an accident because her injuries to her head could be a fall from the stairs on the stairs, but the strangulation is kind of hard to explain by accident, especially because she have defensive wounds on her neck. So yeah, that's the big problem in this case. Something did happen, but the more we watch it and the more I think about it, the more I see it as they're just trying to railroad this woman because they didn't do their job good enough.
Yeah. You would think that someone that's a paramedic would know that you've got to go for the hide. It was the hide bone.
Yeah, because the strangulation marks was,
and that was there was no damage there to that.
No.
I think a paramedic would know this.
Yeah, but again, if it was Mark, wouldn't you then say, "Oh, he has the strength to break the bone and stuff like that"? And I don't know. I don't know what happened in that basement, but I'm sure the state, to me, hasn't proven Cara was at the basement.
Yeah,
and she could have been.
She could have
but they
been.
didn't prove it.
Right, and that's my hang up with it. It's like, yeah, she totally could have done it. But I can find other excuses for what happened, what things look like. Hell, I mean, for all we know, they had an argument the day before, and she took the shovel to the door the day before.
Yeah.
How do we know it happened that day?
Yeah, exactly. And that's everything could have been, would have been, should have been. And that's what I hate in cases that ifs and buts have to do all the lifting. And that's a real big problem in this case. Ifs and buts is everything they have. And I don't know how they can get past that. No, we don't know if she owed money to some shady people. She had a gambling problem. And just like people who has a drug habit, they tend to get the money where they can find the money. And sometimes you find that money in the pocket of someone who might not be loving that you don't give them the money back. But again, it's again, if you lend out money to bad people, when you lend money from bad people, they tend to keep you alive because they really want the interest. But
and the money.
Yeah, and the money, yeah. But again, someone could have come to collect, pushed a bit too hard, didn't know the landing, led right down to a stairwell, bang, and thought, "Oh my God, I better do this the right way." That's another reason for reasonable doubt. And that's again, we are every time we talk about this, I can't I can find 3 other scenarios that makes just as much sense as the one that we were presented.
Yes. With just as much proof.
Yeah. With the evidence provided in court, I could have spun it 2 or 3 other ways. And that's a big problem, because you really need, now we've been at it for, they did a 10-day trial, and whatever they proved was there was a dead body in the basement. That's a brunt of it, because and she was out shopping later, but it just doesn't make sense with the rags that was pristine in a wastebasket after 28 hours and bringing it back to the crime scene. All of that just shows that there's so much reasonable doubt, and I'm really afraid that the jury doesn't get that their job is just to get, they have to get beyond reasonable doubt. If they have anything reasonable to say, well, I'm not sure, they have to let her go. I don't know. What do you say, Jamie?
I was listening and I agree. I don't think that them asking, I mean, that was a good point I heard you make earlier when you were thinking about the map. Maybe they wanted to look and see where Carla or Mark, according to the testimony, was in relation to her, which would make sense. But
yeah, because if we just use this as a drawing map, I just have to do this. Do a little branding. Thank you, Lexi, for the nice branding. We do this. I don't know how Massachusetts is, but let's say you have the state here, and you want a map over the western part. That's the eastern. I'm not good at geology. You want a map over the western part, and this town is here. Wouldn't you just say, we really want this map? It doesn't make sense that you want a map over the western part of the state. You would ask for a city map. Say, well, here's the city, and we know they lived here. She went here. She went here. She went here. So, and she said that either she took this way or she took this way. Would you just ask for a map of the city if you were unsure if she had taken that route she said? You wouldn't ask for a map that covered the entire state or the entire western part of the state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just having a hard time seeing what the holdup is with the jury. That's the, is it someone that's holding out because they're just like, no, you just haven't proven reasonable doubt for me, or do you have someone that's holding out that's saying no, there's reasonable doubt? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could be one way or the other. It seems like
that's the hard part about being on Verdict Watch, because we have a clear understanding it should go either way, and we try to read the minds of people we don't know. That's really bad. They say they want the route. They said they want the demonstrative, where they painted the route.
Yeah,
so,
and they also wanted the text, the whiteboard for the text messages when those were sent.
When did you hear that?
That was part of the demonstrative that they wanted.
No, they just said for the.
They wanted two things.
Yeah, they wanted a map of the western Massachusetts, and they wanted the demonstrative showing the routes she could have written. I didn't hear anything about the text.
Yeah, because I think the texts are in evidence, but the route isn't.
Yeah.
Right. I thought they were asking for the demonstrative on the text because they wanted to do a comparison on the map and on when those texts were sent.
No, it was the two different, the blue and the red route demonstrative, and a map, and because that's why I say why would you want a map of the entire western part of the state instead of just a city map to say, does it make sense to go that way? And yeah, maps belong on a wall, not in a jury room. They mentioned that there were signs on the underlying muscles that she was strangulated, and you had the hemorrhage in the eyes as well. Yeah, but it was the demonstrative of her roots. They didn't want. They showed a whiteboard with two different routes painted onto them, a blue and a red one, and they wanted that demonstrative brought into the jury room. So they're probably arguing something about where she was. But when I was thinking about it when I ate, I thought it was strange they wanted the entire western part of Massachusetts on a map instead of just saying, well, the nearest county or whatever. I don't know how you make maps.
I'm not a cartographer.
No. Granby is not that far from New York where the boyfriend was shoe shopping. The boyfriend was pants shopping in another town.
Maybe that's why they wanted that map.
Yeah. Again, but again, we're sitting here now because we're going into 8 hours.
That's something I hadn't thought about, Baker. Maybe that's why they wanted the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it was they wanted to compare what her route was, the amount of time that it took her, and then wanted to pull up the map and sort of route out from where he was supposed to be. And they might be thinking, we think it's this guy that did this, and let's get a comparison and see what the time is. Maybe they're true crime detectives or some crap, and they're going, hey, if his matches up closer than what hers does, then there's reasonable doubt there. We've got to let it go.
Yeah, let's just say I did a little painting. You have Granby down here, and I can't remember the other town he bought the pants in. She drove around for some time, and she went shopping here, and she said she left the house between 2:30 and 3:30. He's buying the pants at, I believe, 4. How late was it? Was it like 4:30?
Yeah, 4:30.
Yeah. So they could say, well, she was out riding around and she took the long way around. So as she said, that would have taken at least an hour to drive that way before she was at the Burger King or wherever she went first. If he arrived 30 minutes after, did the thing, went up here to buy pants, that would be feasible with if, let's say, he was at the house at 3, did what he shouldn't do, be done at 3:30, and drove to another town to buy a pair of pants, and then went home to be with his wife when his daughter arrived around 7 in the evening. He would have the time. That's why I can see you needed a state map. I can't see why you would need a state map or a western part of the state. But again, I don't know Massachusetts.
Unless that's what they're looking at. They're looking at, yeah, this guy doesn't have an alibi. That's reasonable doubt to me. Wow, I hadn't thought of that.
No. Yeah, and where was Carlos Gym? It on the other side of the town. But if you want to mark out how long a 4-hour route, 4-hour run is, you don't need the map of the western Massachusetts. Again, that's what struck me while I was eating my dinner was why the entire western Massachusetts. That's the part I don't get. I don't know how big Granby is, but I don't think if you had a 4-hour run, you could run pretty far around Granby. It's a small town.
Can you pull up a map?
I could pull up a map. You always make me do stuff.
I don't know. I just figure.
I can't. I'm working off of one monitor on a tiny little laptop, and I can't do.
Maybe we can pull up a map and check it out. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a real small town.
Yeah, what was the town that he supposedly went to?
Oh, I can't remember.
I'm sure somebody in chat remembers, right?
Can we do this embiggened?
Wicked Psyched is always a good source.
Can it be that small? Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
seems
pretty
like
small. I mean,
it's right near the Connecticut. Yeah, it's here because Holyoke Medical Center. I remember that.
all we see is a whiteboard.
There we go.
The sound is the neighbor flying a plane at
Because she
Shizzy's.
went to Holyoke. So,
As far as I gather,
Do you remember Holyoke? Yeah.
yeah.
We were watching the plane. This was the airport, so they lived somewhere up here in this area. As far as I remember,
18 Barton.
well, that's was Barton. Brainerd. I could probably say it.
At Barton Street, right there, Granby, Massachusetts.
Oh, it's way over here.
Now zoom out.
Just gonna hit the right house. Yeah, it's the same house. Close. Go away. Go away. So it's somewhere near here.
Yes.
I can save it. And so they lived over here, and she said she did a route this way or something like this way down to, we know this, she was at the Stop and Shop.
Mm-hmm. And she was
So,
at the Holyoke Mall.
yeah, that's down here. And because no, why can't I move them? We can't move the map when I have this one on. Stupid. That's the worst part of drawing on a map.
And you can, with your Google search maps, you can put in 18 Barton, and then you can do a directions to Holyoke Mall. Directions to. I type in Holyoke Mall.
Not Holyoke. Holyoke Mall, Holyoke Street.
All right, so how
That's
much time? 20 minutes.
The direct route is 20 minutes, but she said she went another longer route. But still,
Yes,
it's 20 minutes.
Towards South Hadley to get the McDonald's and all that kind of stuff. Now, look for what was it, a Walmart that he went to? And just add destination to Walmart.
Oh, I should have done that before I did. You are all the smarts. Directions. Do this. Holyoke Mall, Holyoke Street. Yes. Add destination. Yeah, after that, she went to a Burger King.
Yep.
But I don't know. I should probably not have my home address standing here. I can't.
There it is, Burger King Northampton. So there's one at Grand Haven, looking one at South Hadley.
Granby Street, Bloomfield. That's not the right one. It doesn't show up. There's one at Northampton Street.
Holyoke. Yeah, there you go.
That's up
That's
here.
that's the one she did. Is that the one
Is
she
that the
went
one?
to?
Yeah,
Okay.
because then she went to add destination, stop and shop.
Yeah, it's right there. You see the little
And-
stop and shop on the route.
Yeah. And
There it is.
Holyoke. Yeah. No, that's behind. We want this one.
Yep.
This one.
Aw,
And
look
then
at you
she went,
your own little route.
and then she went to McDonald's over here near the airport.
And I thought it was up higher.
Yeah, we were talking about the white-tailed kid near the airport. But let's see what that's
McDonald's, there
McDonald's.
you go.
Maple Street. That's not the right one.
Could be.
No, because that's right next to the Stop and Shop. She went across the river, and then because I said
think
we
this
should,
was
then she
South
would take
Hadley, wasn't it? Or
south.
Granby.
Northampton Street. That's not the right one. Northampton Street, Main Street, Springfield. I'm not sure, but just the drive arrive, and we don't have the right McDonald's, but I can't see. Can I see any restaurant depot? Chick-fil-A.
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 Chick-fil-A. Then call it Chick-fil-A instead of Americans.
See, it says Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A. I learned to read English at Dave's School of English and Words, so it's not all of it there.
So do a search for Walmart's.
Yeah, but she went to.
No, I'm talking about for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was in another town.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Do a search for Walmart's. It was
So,
in Hadley. It was in Hadley, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe it was Hadley. Was the Walmart.
So I delete all of these. We know this is at least a 40-minute ride in perfect weather, and she said she went on a northern route before she went to the Holyoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And that's not me at all.
Walmart, Supercenter, Chicopee, Walmart. What did you say?
Russell Street, Hadley. Yeah.
That's right there. 17-minute drive.
Now,
and he was there at 4 o'clock.
Now, do you see why I'm saying that right there might be why they're looking for that map, or why?
Yeah, but then take a city map over Granby.
But yeah, they would have just had the city map. They wouldn't have had the one with Hanby on there.
Because if you have Massachusetts and want the western part of Massachusetts, you're going to have all of this. Doesn't make sense. No, that's the part I don't understand. Oh, it's north of New York. Now I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but kind of interesting that again. I thought it was way more way longer from the house to the Walmart, so that narrows down the time he would have needed to be at the Walmart at around 4 or 5 or whatever time he was there. If it's only a 17-minute drive, if she left at around 3, he had a long time to go and do it.
Yep. Especially, I don't know where he lived at the time, but he may have. If everything like that is that close, he could have been 5 minutes away from her.
Yeah.
We
Come
don't
by.
know. Was sitting outside her house. Wait.
As I said, as I say, they had a date set up. We don't. They set it up on work, so we don't have it on the phone. They say, I'm going to throw the wife and kid out at 11, and then we're going to have some smexy time before work. And he says, super. Then Cara gets the call where she's on the hook for 3 hours, so she can't leave the house till, I believe, 1. She has to be at the house because she took the call from the fire station. So now, abort mission. He comes back, sees her truck in the garage, thinks, oh my freaking God. And he just, because he was at the physical therapy at 9:30 and call me after was in one of the texts, or I'm calling you after, or something like that. So they could have planned a rendezvous. Again, the jury's not charged with sorting out the case, but again, if you're sitting in the jury room and we're 54 people here right now, some of them might have the same thoughts after watching this trial.
Yeah, and just sort of eliminating that particular portion of it and saying, yeah, there's no way that somebody else could have done it. Well, we've got this other guy that they're thinking might have done it. What is it, like an hour, 2 hours away? I mean, what would be
Yeah.
his opportunity? And they see it, they're just like, yeah, that's reasonable doubt right there. Who knows how they get into
17 minutes really changes. No, it's not easy to sit outside the house, but you drive by a few times and try to see when the truck is away, because he knew that Anne-Marie didn't want to drive the truck. She wanted a fancy car. That's one of the reasons she was so in debt, because Cara had to pay new cars for her all the time. She wanted the newest one. Iris, can you answer Cernbird? I don't speak Spanish. Yeah, at least keep it at work or somewhere where people don't.
When is the verdict? Donde está el verdict?
I know.
Oh.
I know that much Spanish. La biblioteca está. No, ¿dónde está la biblioteca? La biblioteca está somewhere.
Yeah.
If you ever saw Spy Hard, they mentioned that when he leaves the airport.
Yep.
Yeah, a little something. Yeah, it looked like a road that would have through traffic. And Mads, wasn't it you who looked up the Google map of the area? It was there was a couple of neighbors, but it was pretty open. So again, I don't know if he's driving a Ford 150. Who noticed a black Ford 150 going down that street two or three times?
There'd probably be about 2 or 3 going by every couple of hours.
Yeah. So again, that's why I can't understand we're sitting here. There's so much reasonable doubt, because I'm not a smart guy, and I can make up a lot of scenarios. I really wanted to have run through. No, it's not. If you remember Spy Hard, when he leaves the airport, they are doing the call outs, and then they go into "Welcome to Los Angeles. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? La biblioteca está en la." Oh, we saw hair.
Maybe.
I haven't seen a thing yet.
Whenever you see it go black is whenever you know something's coming.
Yeah.
That came out
I
wrong.
just saw some brown hair. So and nothing is anywhere over Yeah, we're over 8 hours now, I believe. So yeah, and that's the worst part. Again, we're sitting here and we've been sitting here for 10 days, and there's so, and the more we sit and the more after 8 hours, the more things you wanted Rosemary to have said. Talk more about the luminol. Talk more about should she have brought Mark on the stand? No, because that would completely take away any implied things. Because he could have said, "No, I was at home all day, and I was calling my other girlfriend, and she can testify I was at the house all day." That takes away one reasonable doubt. So you won't put him on the stand.
Prosecution
So
wouldn't put him on the stand because that could provide reasonable doubt if there's shown to be another suspect. So
yeah,
prosecution's not going to bring them up.
and again, both sides don't want him because one of them could strengthen the reasonable doubt, and the other it could take away strength from the reasonable doubt. But why didn't they call the lead detective and have him go completely nuts like he did in the first two? But again, maybe he will say something bad. You're exactly right, son. It was Maria. It wasn't la biblioteca. It was ¿Dónde está María? María está la biblioteca. That's the right one. I
Maybe
haven't
they
seen that.
get him to come in because remember he was out of town or whatever. Maybe they couldn't get him in time, and they thought it would be better just because she really harped on like they should have called him and they didn't, and he's not here and da 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 da. So maybe that's why.
Yeah, but they had other witnesses lined up. They had Mark sitting outside the room.
I don't think they actually brought Mark in though. I thought
They didn't bring him in, but they had him sitting outside in the courthouse, ready to be called.
I don't know if I really would have though.
No, absolutely not, because he can take away your reasonable doubt. But it's just to say they called him. So if she really wanted to show off Spangoli or whatever his name is, Rangosa, whatever, she could have done it. She could have waited for him, made them get a bench warrant for him.
Yeah, but maybe I don't know. Maybe they thought it would look better if they just like talked about like why isn't he here? Why isn't he testifying?
Exactly, because that strengthens your reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Why don't the state present him?
It's weird
The
that
state-
the detective's not showing up to talk about
Yeah.
his like that's weird to me.
That I would also, and she pointed to that, but I would really have liked an expert to talk about the luminol. But
Oh, I didn't.
again,
Maybe she didn't realize they were going to do that because that was so out of the blue for me. Like when they
Yeah.
said this blood, and I'm like, wait, what? You never said blood.
yeah, Maria, we were looking for was the the Russian trained Mexican assassin who is member of the Petco mafia.
Yeah.
That's from the OGs, if people remember that one.
Part of Letitia's personalities.
Yeah, she's real dangerous. Maybe we should call in the lady who looked like she was dead, warmed over, and her son who smoked too much weed, so she can say, "Oh, that's multiple personality disorders here."
Oh yeah.
She was an expert for hire if I ever saw one. She did. Who was it? The famous one she had done?
Ted Bundy.
Yeah, she did Ted Bundy. She got famous on Ted Bundy. Made a theory about multiple personalities, and it was utterly debunked or discontinued her institute.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to know what that was about, and I don't know what tab you're in, but are you planning something, Dennis? Was that
You typed it in the wrong tab.
Yeah, Who are you talking to?
That's so wrong.
Right. You and Mo are trying to hide a body.
Oh my God.
We got it firsthand.
Well,
Remember, there's always the
try to hide a
fifth.
body. It's only Nick's.
Well,
Yeah.
A lot of body to hide.
anybody in the chat actually thinks she's guilty? I'm curious.
The verdict on my poll is 13% believe they will hit guilty. 44% says not guilty. 44% says hung.
And there was a
And
couple of people that hit the wrong key on mine, so it's not.
yeah,
completely
you
accurate.
have a 24 guilty and 76 not guilty.
Yeah.
On yours. So, but I was watching our reference point. They have an hour ago they put up a new one. 64% says guilty, 25% says hung jury, 11% says not guilty.
Well, then if you vote
That's
guilty, great success. Like, what evidence? What proved you that she's guilty? I'm just curious.
yeah.
Yep. Same. I agree.
That and that's the problem for me is the reasonable doubt in this case. There's so many scenarios in my little mind, and I'm a simpleton.
You have a gut feeling, but what about what?
MG Law, have you ever seen Lawn and Crim? If they are below 80% guilty, that's a great one.
I think they're just
You two
reflecting it
trendsetters,
back on themselves.
let it go. Iris, we had absolutely no verdict. That's why we are enjoying the nice ceiling. It's not even tiles. What kind of ceiling is this?
See, this is where you could really break out and work on your artistic skills.
Yeah. It looks kind of like the back of a guy who did too many roids. Yeah, well, I will say hovering around 60% guilty on Lawn and Crim. That's a high likelihood of. But no, I even think in murder, they went for not guilty. This is another fact in this case. This is a somewhere between 2 and 3-year-old. It isn't a baby who can't act when she hears a loud banging. Ladies,
Maybe the baby is Satan's spawn or something, and actually did the knocked her down the stairs and has
maybe
remarkable strength.
Yeah.
Well, almost 3. I mean, yeah, if she didn't see anything, that would be.
Yeah, Salbert, if they're almost 3, they can talk. And if nothing else, you have a 2 to 3-year-old. It's up, running around, doing stuff, yelling all the time at their moms and dads, whatever they have. And they hear a big commotion. Because one thing is them yelling as the prosecution claimed happened. Then she accidentally trips, is being pushed something down the basement stairs. That makes a bit of a ruckus. Wouldn't a child be drawn to that? And would the mom who unalived the other mom and did a little bit of cleaning in some parts of the basement, would she have just come up with presumably blood-drenched clothes, disappeared the clothes, disappeared the rags with all the blood on them, while she had a 2 to 3-year-old saying, "Where's mommy? Where's mommy? Where's mommy? Why is mommy not coming out of the basement? Where are you going with all that blood on your clothes?" She didn't react at all. And she's still living with her mom now.
Yeah.
And yeah, the cleaning up of the crime scene, her clothes should have been steeped in blood.
Yep.
And paint.
Again, another thing that just doesn't add up.
So many things don't add up.
Yeah.
None of it.
The more we talk about it, the more things people bring up, the more we're sitting here saying, well, what about that? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. What about that? Well, just as much sense.
I really hated that they like harp so much on this 911 call from what 2009 or something.
Yeah.
And that was like, you have a 911 call from the day of the murder, and we're talking about a murder, but you were like, listen to this 911 call from 3 years, 2 years ago or whatever. Okay. What does that
Yeah.
have to do with right now?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they want
that's
to bring
pretty
up the one from 2 or 3 years ago, but they don't want to bring up the one that had just occurred more recently.
Yeah, in relation to the crime, and that's what's that kind of stuff would really hit me like if I was a juror. I'd be like, well, why aren't they bringing? First of all, you got no lead detective. Where the heck's he? Hello, this is his
Yeah.
case.
I'll be right back.
You're not showing me anything relevant to what the murder. You're harping on this court case, this court session, and this 911 call from like 2 years ago. Really? I mean, it's just, there was so much shadiness. It was just so much like, let's bring in all this stuff that will hurt her more and make her look worse than than the events of the day that actually happened.
Right. And that's been my biggest hang up on a lot of this. Is just like, why aren't they focusing on? I mean, I'd like to hear the people that are in chat that believe she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What, prove to me that point. That's where I have a hard time finding it.
Tell me where you stand when it comes to the evidence that was actually shown to you, because I don't know what, and I don't know what I'd like to know what you saw, because I didn't see anything that would lead me to believe that it was her, and there's nobody possibly, just like the prosecutor said, no possible way anybody else could have done it. They said those words. Okay.
Yeah, that's the part I have resolving right there.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, LNC is not reliable source, of course. It is. It's just the people that, it's the problem with society now, that where it's like too many people are just, they just like the crimey, they like the, oh, well, either they really believe that our law enforcement and they get the right person all the time, and what do we have to like question? So much, people, so much.
Well, and anybody that's going off on Great Success, I think Great Success hit the wrong key, if I'm not mistaken, early on. So don't be hating on Great Success. Just hit the wrong one and accidentally hit guilty. So don't be too mad.
I thought they said they had a gut feeling she was guilty, and that's why I asked.
No, I think they might have a gut feeling. But I think they were joking whenever they were saying that. So don't be hating. Be hating.
I'm never a hater. I like to hear all sides. Like I mean, Iris did it for us. She was like, "Nope, this is it," and then she flipped her mind. But anybody that truly believes it, I'd like to know what you saw there.
Yeah, I mean, I find it, a little disheartening that it's taking the jury this long.
Mm-hmm.
Either way,
I think because they are arguing it out.
Or maybe they just go, yeah, let's just give them a hung jury and make them try it again.
Oh yeah, and well, they had lesser included, right?
Yeah.
because sometimes I really don't like that, because a lot of times,
They
well,
may be fighting over lesser included.
yeah, sometimes they do pick the lesser included to compromise, like,
Yeah.
which is not right either. It's not right at all.
No, definitely not.
But because I see that a lot too in some cases.
Yeah, that they just let's just settle on nothing and throw her away for 10 years or 20 years or whatever, or maybe she gets an easy sentence or something, so we're out of here. But now it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's close to 3 o'clock in Massachusetts.
Yeah, it is almost 3 o'clock.
No, there's absolutely nothing wrong. I have been in some long deliberations as well. Because sometimes you have a lot of facts that you really have to look at, and you have to go into all the details. But to me, the whole thing about when the state closes, you really must believe she is guilty, and then it's up to the defense to claw it back from you. And I didn't believe it when the state closed.
His closing was so bad.
I'll be switching computers here, so
Are you
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, just pop in now.
on hanging out a while?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're gonna close the court again today, it's gonna be in an hour.
Yeah.
So I thought we could throw on some Daryl Brooks and let his idiocy entertain us for a bit. Are you gonna go somewhere?
No, I was just saying either do that or like pull up the closings again or something.
I don't really want to go over the closings again because
I don't
we did
either,
it.
but I don't know. It was just suggestion.
Yeah, but I know some people like to go over but closings isn't evidence. It's just how they see it, and again, it isn't evidence, so you can't really use it for anything else than get annoyed again. And I'm on my third beer, so should we just do a bit of idiocy?
Why not?
Yeah. Danish cookies. Are you talking about the one in the big tin box? I don't like them. They're always stale, and I only like the ones with chocolate on.
Oh God, those cookies. They're like always a tin that's out for Christmas time. And people always, it's like a gift that like you give somebody that you don't really like know that well. It's funny.
Yeah.
And I always like hate those cookies.
Danish butter cookies. It's a staple, and you can buy them at the airport. But why would you hate somebody so much that you will give them those stale cookies?
They do, because it's always like I remember it being like a work gift that like our job would like give around to people as like thanks for working so hard, like a stale tin of cookies.
Yeah, you should have the right Danish cookies. Cookies is a big, but we don't make the big thick ones Americans make. We make smaller ones like the Danish butter cookies, but we have a lot of different ones for Christmas. We have some great ones called Kleiner that you fry. They are great.
Really?
Then you get the Norwegian Kleiner, and they're bad. They're big, thick ones, and for some reason, I don't know if Fred is in the chat, but they put some lemon glazing on them. I hate them.
You guys are so stupid. No, they're so gross. I don't really like, honestly, I don't like hard cookies anyways in general.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can translate that one on YouTube.
What is that?
It's a Danish traditional Christmas cookie, but it's named. The first four letters is a Middle Eastern religion who has tiny hats on. So, yeah, there's always needles and thread spoons in the Danish cookie tins. That's yeah. Kleiner.
Well, my mom makes like these banana chocolate chip cookies and the sugar cookies. However, she makes them, they're like thick and soft. Ugh, that's how I like cookies.
We don't make the thick and soft ones. We make them so they're nice to have with a cup of coffee.
Oh yeah, not a huge fan.
No, but when you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
Nope, I don't want that. So many. This is one of the traditional ones. And again, don't mind the name and don't make any jokes about making them in a gas oven. Those are good. No, they don't have lemon filling. They have lemon glaze on it. I don't like them. Too big.
ooh, I like lemon bars. Lemon bars are good too.
This is Norwegian Kleiner. That's what you like, Fed.
Yeah. You know what that looks like? Looks like
But they're too big to get dry.
it just looks really, really tasty.
Yeah, but we make them like this, where they're smaller and there's in the wintertime when you're a baker and you have to boil them in the fat. There's nothing better than when you take them out and after a minute or two when they cool down, just a few of those. They give you energy to have a full day in the bakery. They're good.
Man, it looks so tasty. Pop one of those in your mouth, just chomp, chomp, chomp.
Do we have any more Christmas cookies? Oh, it's too bad Medina isn't here because we have a cookie named Finsbrød. That's Finland bread. I hate those. They are stale.
Oh, that. Oh.
But with a cup of coffee, oh.
Yep. I've had that kind of stuff before. Those are actually pretty good with a cup of coffee.
Yeah, and because they're a little bit thicker, so they can hold some liquid. They don't turn into a mushy thing.
Right. And sometimes you just like them a little thicker.
Yeah. Stroopwafel. What are the snowflake-shaped, thin fried cookie top with powdered sugar called? I don't know. I don't know that one.
Oh my god.
But these are this is the traditional. This is gingerbread men. Gingerbread Christmas trees. Oh, these are good. Those are brown cakes. They got a little spice in them. These are primarily for New Year's Eve.
So it's a little darker, a little spicier.
Yeah, with some big almonds in them.
Hmm.
These are called pepper nuts. They're great too.
Paper nuts or pepper?
Pepper.
Yeah, pepper.
Okay.
They don't taste like pepper. There's a bit of pepper in it, but they're just called pepper nuts. Don't ask why we are Danes. We're stupid. Strange. Oh, fitbrød. Oh, that's fatty bread. Coconut rings, great too. It's almost. I hate these one. Yeah, they're good for tea. Well, Wolfram, I am a baker, and look, brown cakes. Oh, and honey hearts. They're good. What did she see? I missed something.
She opened up and looked at the chat.
Yeah, but I can't find what she died from.
I think they said something like pickerels or something like that. Peckerels.
I'm also laughing at you because it's just funny. You're just like
What?
all these
Well,
names making me laugh, and everybody in chat's making comments, and it's just funny.
That's what I was gonna say. Pits out. PIT.
Oh, I should have shown it instead of just talking. I was looking at a full page.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
He's just looking at cookies, getting all excited, and he's not showing us shit.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is the one I was looking at. Those I've never seen before. Probably Copenhagen stuff. They're not good.
Those look like cheese sticks that have been dipped in chocolate.
Yeah, I have never seen them before. It's probably something from Copenhagen. They're weird. They're almost Swedish. Then you have the fat bread. They can be good, but they're kind of stale. And then we have the coconut rings. They're great. We don't make cookies. Håkonskær sounds Norwegian. We don't make those. Ginger. I don't like ginger. Then we have the Finnish bread. Great. Vanilla specia. I don't make those because when you make them in the bakery, you make a long roll. I should probably not do this on screen. And then you have a machine.
So you make it. It gets long, and
then
it's cylindrical.
No, it's just a long round thing that you roll out, put it in the freezer, and then you put it in a machine that chops it up. And if you don't put
does it chop it up into little bits like crumbles?
Yeah, you do like this.
So it just chops it. It sort of feeds through and just chops pieces of it up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And if you don't put the safety shield on, you can you can't see it on screen. That machine that can cut through a frozen dough, it stopped in my thumb bone. So that was good. That's 6 stitches. So that's good. And then there's honningsnitter and honey bumper, honey bombs. Yeah, we're weird people.
Honey bumper.
Those you have to make 60 days before you bake them because they have to suck moisture from the air. So they're bombs at sucking. And then we have
how much does it suck?
They suck a lot of moisture. But great, you put a cream filling in it, not cream filling, butter filling, so they are nice and moist, and then you bite into it, and there's all this white
just
filling.
Explodes in your mouth, I bet.
It's an explosion of taste. And then we have our ginger. It's becoming more popular with the ginger houses. It wasn't when I was younger. We do these ones too.
Well, the spiral smackers look good.
Yeah, they're good.
Cinnamon roll almost is sort of what it looks like.
I don't know what it is, but this is the kleiner you boil. We don't do those. It's a Swedish name. Biscotti. I never heard of anyone making biscotti. That's the worst cake in the world. Even with 2 cups of coffee, you can't make them soft enough to eat.
What the biscotti?
Yeah.
I don't like biscotti. My wife likes biscotti. I'm just like, oh no.
It's just a tough one to bite into.
Yeah.
They stay hard all the time.
Yes. I mean, Yeah, you can dip those in coffee, and they're so hard that they will just chip a tooth.
Yeah. So you have to dunk them over and over again.
Yeah, I mean,
And
if
these
you don't, then it's like it'll ruin a filling in a heartbeat.
this is the English translation of the name of these cakes.
Jew cake.
Yeah, and it's always a joke that you don't make them in a gas oven. We have poor taste. These are
That's funny. No,
we
I'm just
ha-
curious. So are those like some sort of kosher or something that?
no, I don't know why it's
No.
called Jew cakes. It's just something we call them.
Oh, weird.
Most things doesn't make sense. Yeah, you can tell why these are called brown cakes because they
Okay.
have big nuts. And these are
Why do the brown
pepper
cakes
nut.
have bigger nuts? I don't understand.
It's nature.
Are those like macadamia or are those almonds?
No, it's all and they have a little spice to them.
Salty spice or like hot spice?
No, it's what do we put in them? I can't even remember. We get it in a mix. A bit of ginger, a bit of I don't know what niliga is. I don't
Yeah,
know
you
what
never.
elephant.
Why would you put ginger in brown hard cakes or brown nutty things?
Yeah, I don't know. Again, we're weird people.
Ginger's a weird flavor.
Yeah, I don't like it. But these are especially heinous. I don't know why we give them away or sell them at the airport.
Yeah, those
These
florets or whatever, the rosettes, those things are like super soft.
I just don't like these ones.
Yeah.
That looks like the tins, yeah.
Yeah. Like they're almost like shortbread cookies.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's because of the Jewish bakers. Might be
Okay.
might be kosher. I don't know. I just make them.
Very
Still
cool.
looks gross. You should eat them. They're good. Well,
Yeah.
that's our reason for living is to make Jamie burst out laughing.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah,
Well,
ginger spice.
yeah.
Some like it. I don't like it.
Well, and it's so it almost overpowers everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a real domineering flavor that, just sort of, you have to have, that has to be something that you enjoy having. Like we'll do sushi, my wife and I, and she's like all about the ginger root. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really enjoy the ginger root. She goes, well, it cleanses your palate for the next, flavor or whatever. I'm like, yeah, it ruins my taste buds.
Well, I don't eat raw fish. You can't trust it. But I don't like that. And I don't like the wasabi, which isn't wasabi. But I don't like that. We use that on roast beef. The
Horseradish.
Yeah, horseradish on roast beef.
Yeah.
That's good.
Horseradish will make your eyes water worse than onions will if you grate it up raw.
Yeah, and if you see Danish, what you call sandwiches, what we call smørrebrød, with all the toppings on it, some of them are just filled with horseradish, and that becomes a bit too much. But with roast beef, it works really good.
Yes,
You have
it does.
the strong flavor and the really salty meat.
Mhm.
That's a good.
You got the harshness of that spice with the the subtle flavors of the meat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that sounds absolutely great. I had some Doritos hot and spicy. No, flaming hot. They're not good.
Flaming
They
hot.
just burn.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I like the sweet chili is my favorite Dorito.
Yeah, because I don't get, and I think we talked about this. I don't get the things where they just make them hot,
Yeah,
make
I
them
like
flavorful.
I like
Right.
sweet and spicy. That's like my favorite. Because like my favorite kind of salsa is like the mango habanero salsa.
I've got some bacon jam.
I've wanted to try that. I've heard about it.
So good. Mm, mm, mm.
Bacon jam? Is it
Bacon.
Yes.
made with real or is it just
Yeah.
infused?
Yeah, it's made with bacon.
Because some of them who just make kind of like the barbecue where they put in the fake smoke.
Yeah. No, I'll grab it. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've heard of it before, and somebody had it, and it was like real bacon, and I don't know what the jam part is, but they're just talking about how amazing it was, and I was like, that sounds delicious.
Mm. A roast beef smørbrød. That's great.
Oh, pepper jelly too. Yeah, like the pepper jelly. Really good.
How did we get derailed from this idiot to my idiocy?
Because we're talking about Danish cookies, and everybody likes them and hates them. My grandma always had the tin, but I swear to God, she never got them fresh. So anytime I've ever had them, it's just been stale and gross. So I'm probably biased on, I just don't care for them. But if you got some fresh ones, maybe I'll try them. But Farrell said something about grandmas needing those for their supplies. Oh my God, she had so many. And she put everything in them. So I relate. It's really funny.
Just a second. Talking about, I think I have them in.
But my grandma was just like that with those tins. She had those tins for everything, and then whipped cream or Cool Whip bowls. She never ever had Tupperware. She put everything in those things. Every time we get leftovers after a holiday, it would just be like 75 Cool Whip bowls from like 1974. And then like meatballs too, yeah.
This is for my when I have to deliver the big hauls for now here for Christmas and New Year's. That's always keep the old tins. Can always use them.
I mean, they're nice.
Yeah, it's Quality Street. I don't know.
All right. So, see, bacon jam.
Ooh. Make them big.
All right. So the ingredients. Oh, sorry, bacon jam.
Yeah. What is the jammy part? I'm curious.
All right. So your ingredients are sugar, apples, onions, bacon.
Okay.
2% less of the salt, sodium phosphate, sodium, blah blah, sodium nitrate, smoke, flavoring, natural flavoring, pectin, citric acid. Refrigerate after opening. Made in Savannah, Georgia.
Is it good?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I never got into the whole peanut butter got real big when my kids were small. It was more common that we began to see it. I never really been into that.
Yeah,
it's I don't get. I think it's too when you have it in your mouth, it stays in your mouth and just coat your tongue. I like a quick swallow.
Yeah. You don't like it just hanging out on your tongue forever.
No. That's.
I hate you.
Timmy, your mind is in the gutter.
Well, my grandmother would make these fudge brownies, but they were basically just confectioner's like confectioner's fudge. So she would cook it and heat it up really hot where it would crystallize really fast, and it was almost like an icing, but much more chocolatey, much more sugary. It's just a weird texture.
Yeah, it turns into a caramel.
Well, and it was never soft. That's the thing.
No. We caramel in Denmark is hard candy.
Okay.
Very very chewy. Where
No,
that's
not even chewy. You know how you put icing in your mouth and it'll just almost melt in your mouth.
oh yeah.
And that's what it would do. And she would cut them into these little squares, and you'd have one of those, and it was enough to get you bouncing off the walls for at least 10 hours. I think
Yeah.
she put methamphetamines in it or something because you couldn't put them down once you started on them.
Fluffernutters. Never heard about that. When I get my baking studio ready, it never happens. I might try some American recipes just to see how bad I can do those.
Ooh, I'll give you a recipe for sweet potato biscuits.
We don't really have, yeah, sweet potatoes are kind of a thing now because all of the healthy people. But
This
we-
doesn't
we-
taste like sweet potatoes. You do it
but
with the
we,
honey
we
butter.
don't really have them in the stores. It's mostly frozen. We don't grow them in Denmark. Sweet potatoes is only a thing for special occasions.
Ah,
Ooh, special occasions.
Yeah, but for all the healthy people. Because it's better than normal potatoes. Nope. You make snaps from potatoes, and that's why it's the greatest ever.
mhm.
Yeah. We don't really have icing. When some people make the muffins and stuff like that, you can't have a cream cheese icing or something like that. Normally, we just glaze things. We don't really do all the
So
stuff.
do you put a lot of glaze on it, like get it really glossy, or is it like dripping down the sides when you glaze it, or
No. We keep it nice and tight.
so you keep your glazing just in one particular spot?
We can handle our glazing. It's not like some guys who just put it all over the place. You need to have a little more discipline, so you can
Yes.
leave it like this one.
Right. You want to put your glazing right where you put it, not like all over the place.
Because it looks nice. Something like this.
Okay, so you do it more in a little pattern. That's your glazing is the pattern.
That's a typical cinnamon roll glazing.
Okay.
So, but
Now
it takes skills. There's a reason I went to was an apprentice for 4 years. You don't do it on the first day.
Yeah, you don't get your glazing right first time. Well,
Nope.
look at Cinnabon. Just pull up a picture of a Cinnabon, and
They
you'll
just throw it all over the place.
I know it's a big sloppy mess.
Yeah, they should really look at this. That's a Danish. No.
No.
It's not cheese, friends. It's cream filled. A nice glazing and a cream filled hole. That's how you do a good Danish.
And Danny T says likes globs of glazings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great.
It is a preference thing, I guess. But yeah, pull up like Cinnabon. Or you want me to send you a link to a Cinnabon?
No, I can let's wait to see. Cinnamon. No, I want
Cinnabon.
It's here. Baking company. That's
Yeah.
probably not a baking company. It's probably
It is a baking company. It's like one of those chain kind of places.
What the hell?
Yeah, pull it up so these people can see.
No control, guys.
All right. Yeah, there's no control over that. It is just glazed to the backs. So that's what Americans tend to like right there. Just nothing but this big glaze of mess all over the place, dripping down the sides.
That's just a mess. You Americans need to really hone in your skills and keep it nice and tight.
Yep.
Because again, if you're just spraying all over the place, maybe it's because the hole in
the rest
call
of
them spray bags when we use them, it could be too big, or the cake is the wrong size. Maybe it's too hot, too moist. You need the right temperature and the right skills.
Right. Diabetes glaze. Exactly.
Yeah, diabetes in 5 years. I should make some real things. When my baking studio, it's like when you tell your wife, "Yeah, I'm going to clean out the grass."
Well, usually I have to. I have no choice in that one. As long as
Yeah.
people eat it, we don't care.
Yeah, but I like a little bit of finesse. It seems to work better. The customers are way more happy.
Although I will say those Cinnabons are pretty damn tasty. I can't have them all the time.
But
too much glaze.
But how this Cinnabon itself is it soft or
Yes.
gooey?
Yes,
Oh.
it's soft and gooey. I mean,
Yeah.
and then the amount of the cinnamon
Yeah.
mixture that they have on it
Yeah.
is pretty heavy duty also. I mean, it's pretty tasty.
Yeah, that we make a lot of them. When we make them this big, we call them it's the CEO snail, if you had to translate it, the acteur snail, because it's the big one. But we make it out of a different dough, almost like a Danish dough. It's called half and half, where you put and like a normal sweet cake dough and then a Danish dough, put them together. So it's a bit squishy, but still it's flaky.
Yeah, so
So-
those would be more of a bit squishy, not so flaky.
Exactly. Don't nobody want no dry as bread, but you still like some where it's not too squishy. You want some rigidity.
Rigidity.
Jamie.
Yeah, you want your glazed meat bread, glazed bread to be a little squishy.
Yeah, but I'm gonna put my tin back, and should I just let the Dale Brooks take us into the night?
It threw people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Oh man,
Mr. Brooks.
oh man, stop.
When you
Stop
are
it.
you aren't
Stop
even
it. You're a
letting me
public
ask the
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
It is a full recap of the incredible trial of Darrell Barbers. An interest, as you know, it's about 2 of dozens. Just tell you the
What does that mean to you, sir? Explain to me that request.
Again, because I've already said it on record.
Record?
To represent myself as a sovereign citizen.
Do you see who is?
I'm not going to make a determination for whether you're a sovereign citizen.
What?
I said, do you see who his lawyers were supposed to be? They're the lawyers that represented Mark Jensen in his second trial.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. The guy's really good. And I think,
Yep.
and if that's the girl, I think it looks like her. I'm pretty sure it was her. They were really good. So I mean, not like it would have helped, but.
No, plowing down 76 people kind of gets you in trouble, especially because you do it in broad daylight with everyone looking at you.
Yeah, everyone on the parade route.
Yeah, especially all the cops you try to run over.
Yeah. But
I'm not saying he's an idiot, but he's not that smart.
no, but I thought that was interesting because I remember seeing them and like going, and then I seen him in the Mark Jensen second trial, and I was like, oh, those are the guys that were supposed to represent Darrell Brooks.
Yeah, he was. We used to make jokes about it. Whenever we were much younger, make jokes like, how many points for an old lady or somebody in a wheelchair. We'd make jokes about it, but yeah, you don't do that kind of stuff. But he took it too seriously and said, well, I want to go for max amount of points I can get.
Yeah, I want to hit 1,000.
Yeah, he was well over 1,000. I mean, you go through a whole group of old ladies, you might as well just you might as well just go whole hog. And good thing there was no bus full of nuns there.
Yeah,
he should be spanked until he tells the world what the point of it all was. Yes, I agree.
Especially because he doesn't show remorse at any point.
No.
Oh, it was all about him and what was going to happen to him. So.
Yeah.
Blade Star.
when we remember all the witnesses looking at him, I think I could round up a pretty big posse who wanted to have a swing at him.
Mhm.
But gonna throw this tin back in the cupboard.
Or not. It's not relevant to my determination how you characterize who you are. So if you are allowed to represent yourself in this case, sir, you will not have attorneys assisting you. If I let them withdraw, they are gone from this case. Do you understand that?
I think I will probably be better served representing myself.
And Judge Darrow did allow Brooks to represent himself. Now, he may look back on that decision and say that probably wasn't the best choice. But what was fascinating is that Brooks identifies as a sovereign citizen. This is someone who doesn't really believe that they are under the jurisdiction of the government, that they're exempt from U.S. laws, which is
Not true.
seemingly why
Not
he would
true.
make repeated statements
He's
about his legal name
misinterpreting.
or statements that would undermine the authority of the court and the trial.
Sir, did you hear me tell you about the penalties for these offenses just now?
I don't understand the nature and cause of the charges.
I'm not asking you that, sir. Did you hear me advise you of the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
I don't understand.
Mr. Brooks, any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. For the record, I don't consent to that name. Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
The written decision that I previously entered is what I will stand on. I'm not going to address it any further.
Is that verified proof? Can we address subject matter jurisdiction and still has to be proven for the record?
I decline to do so.
Ah, yes, the infamous subject matter jurisdiction.
Can you explain that?
Shizzy?
I have muted myself.
I was gonna say, I think you're muted.
So a sovereign citizen, it's not that they don't believe that they're not a member of the United States. They believe that they are separate from the United States and basically their own country, a king of their own land. And that they follow natural law, which would be the laws set down by God and by the Constitution of the United States to a T, but disregard any parts of it that don't fall into making them guilty for anything that they may do. So
yeah, they
so
have all the
he
rights and none of the rules.
Right. So that's pretty much where he's missing out on. He's saying, no, they don't believe that they, no, they do, but only if it fits into their own narrative. Like Baker said, all of the rights without the rules.
Oh, you shouldn't bring that up on this channel because we just determined we don't like biscotti. Do you like biscotti, JB?
No.
My wife loves biscotti, but not me.
Yeah, I don't. It's too hard, and it just like, it's just not. It's not enjoyable to eat. So, not a fan.
No, it's always too hard, and you always get them when you have a cup of coffee in Italy, and it's give me the chocolate instead.
Yeah.
Amours versus Sovset. Dealing with Sovset work amazing. I still believe they're entitled to all the benefits of citizenship. Moors versus Sovset. Well, it's so they can do a name change on it, so they'll adopt the what is it, the 13th tribe of Jerusalem, the black
yeah, it's the black Israelites, yeah. But it's just subset for colored people.
Yeah, I mean they believe that they're descendant from the Moors, and it's just it's basically anything to trip you up in having a reasonable conversation.
Let's see his next little antics.
Before, I need to make a record that at 8:42 a.m., this court ordered Mr. Brooks be removed from the courtroom due to repeated interruptions and disruption with the court. You can see that he is seated with his back to the court or to the camera. He took his shirt off as well. I'm also told that he is threatening to throw and break items.
Yeah. And that
he seemed like a healthy individual. I don't get why he didn't go for insanity.
I don't know either.
He's only like 4'7" or something like that.
Yeah, he's not a big
very,
guy.
He's not very tall. He's a little guy.
Yeah, but you can stack a lot of crazy in a small person.
What
Oh,
they
this is
saw
the guy.
and about what they heard.
So then you said you heard something?
Oh yeah, you heard. I heard and saw the impact.
That's
Tell us
bone
about
steel.
that, please.
Heard a car hit another car or an abutment or a deer. If anybody's ever hit a deer with their car, you've heard it. I watched the body fly up onto the hood, and her head snapped back, and the body remained on the hood as it passed the side of my vehicle to where I thought I could have just reached out and grabbed her.
So this happened that close to you?
Yes.
You saw all this with your own two eyes?
Yes.
Did the car continue past you?
Yes.
Where did it go?
The car veered kind of in front of me. I saw brake lights and saw what was Jane fall off the hood. He proceeded to, and she was basically on the right side of his vehicle, and he proceeded to run her over with the right front tire, then the right rear tire. And at that point, I was just focused on the body on the ground, but I remember hearing the roar of the engine again.
Did you see the red SUV strike any people in the Catholic community group?
Several.
Can you estimate how many?
At least 15.
Okay. And did, I'm sorry to ask it this way, but did you see anybody like actually fly or roll or tumble?
Yeah, so originally it was, I heard sounds like thuds, and then it was in the air, like bowling pins.
Okay.
And not only is this kind of incredible,
like bowling pins. Yeah, that's a way to describe it, I would say.
Yeah, whenever I don't know about you, but if you've ever been in a car where someone's hit a deer,
Oh yeah.
it's not a pleasant sound. Just imagine that over and over and over and over and over again. And sitting there in your car knowing that you're doing this. I can't even describe the kind of person that could do something like that.
No. And again, it was primarily elderly women and younger children he was hitting.
And it wasn't like he was trying to avoid him either.
No. He went straight for it. As the next witness, I believe she will tell us.
of the car.
I saw directly through the driver's window.
What did you see?
I saw a man focused on the group ahead of him.
Is that Daryl Brooks that you saw?
Yes.
Do you see the driver of the red SUV in the courtroom here today, Officer Schneider?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. She may answer.
I'd ask Mr. Brooks be directed to remove his mask so that Officer Schneider can identify him, please.
Objection, I never heard an answer to the question.
It has not been answered, Mr. Brooks. Please remove your mask. Thank you.
Officer Schneider, is the driver of the red SUV that you've just described for this jury present in this courtroom today?
Objection, hearsay.
Can you please point him out by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Hearsay when she saw him.
He is seated over here at the table wearing a gray suit.
Just to disrupt. That's it.
That's the man you saw driving the red SUV as it sped
And he
past
just
you?
heard someone say.
And as strong as that was,
hearsay.
It's not even the only evidence the prosecution laid out. They also showed the defendant's police interrogation tape. You see, after Brooks drove his car into the parade, police evade in this gets to the parade and being when he realizes what's really going on.
We been cool, man, the whole time. If I did something wrong,
that's why they were here. But do you see them here today? They're not here today.
Yeah, but y'all lied to me, man. You made it seem like they just come for no reason.
Well, here's the thing, Darrell.
And I'm like, what if it's
listen to me for a minute. I can give you a clean slate.
I apologize.
Because you have lied to us as well. Because you came out here in the red Ford Escape. Okay, that is what you came out here in. You had the key. Right? So what I want to do is try to give us all a chance to reset. You understand what I'm saying? Start over. because you're not giving us an accurate story. What if it wasn't me driving? What if it wasn't you? What if it was my mom's truck? Mm-hmm. But I wasn't driving. Mm-hmm. What if it was you? What if it wasn't me? Mm-hmm.
I like that he's asking the officer, can I use this as an excuse?
Not you. That's not me. That's not you. No, I don't. Darrell. That's Darrell. That's you. That's you, Darrell. Why you say it like that, man?
Oh, right. He wasn't driving, but what happens if he knows?
Why did you say it like that? Probably because you just hit 76 or 77 people in a parade. That's maybe why they're asking a bit angrily. And always ask the police if you can use this excuse. Normally they'll say, yeah, it sounds like a good excuse, even though we have you on camera going through the parade. That's yeah.
I gotta address Eris there. She said meat rubs. I understand she meant rubs. But you do your rub and then you smoke your meat.
And I don't really think I have had much smoked meat. Again, that's not really something we do here. Again, we do the boring grill where you just grill it till it's charcoaled.
No.
And then you sit out in the garden and say, this is great. And then you drink a lot of beer and yell at your family.
What you do is you get your charcoal and you get some cherry or apple wood and you get it to about 225 degrees and you put mustard, regular yellow mustard all over it because it's a bonding agent. And then you add your rub to it, which usually is going to have some sugar, some coffee, and a bunch of like paprika and different spices in it. And you smoke that for just until you get it past its stall on brisket. I get it up to about 200, 201. So I smoke it until it hits 201 degrees. And then once it hits 201 degrees, I pull it off. I wrap it in aluminum foil. Well, I wrap it to get past the stall in butcher paper. And then once it reaches that temperature, that magic temperature of 201 degrees, I take it off and put aluminum foil over the top of it to retain some of the heat and let it cool down till it gets to be about 170, somewhere around in there. And then take all the paper off of it and slice it, and you end up with a really nice, juicy meat.
Yeah, but again, most grill parties here is you take some kind of either a big piece of meat, like 40 to 60 inches, or some steaks, and then some sausages for the kids, and you just throw them on the grill, and Daddy stands over there, flips it around, doesn't know what he's doing, and then you have a boring salad and some garlic bread with it, and then you have some beer, and then you start yelling.
Squad Bob is right. Georgia is a great place for some fine meats, and we know how to treat our meat.
Yeah, that's probably my problem. I'm not great at meat.
Not great at meat, yeah. See your meat with pickled herring, then throw away the meat and eat the herring.
I would maybe some. You could probably use the brine to soak the meat in before you grill it.
Well, I'll be making some country ribs this weekend. So it's really strange. It's a slice of pork, and you marinate it for about 4 hours. I've got a special brew for that. I won't give that one away because it's a family recipe. Well, what part of Georgia am I in? I'm in Atlanta, and in Texas. Now, see, Texas barbecue is where you'll find more of your beef that gets smoked. In Georgia, they tend to do pork a lot more. It's more regional thing. So I prefer brisket. My wife has actually started liking my brisket more than she likes the pulled pork.
I don't like pulled pork. But again, it's because a lot of people just buy the barbecue, baby raised barbecue sauce and just ham that all over it. And I can't stand the artificial smoke taste. It's everything barbecue. When
No.
the last night I was deployed, we had what would you call it? A burn tank where you put people in if they were burned, because we couldn't call it a pool because then we wasn't allowed to have it on the base, but it was to treat if anyone had burns from fires. And we might have been a little drunk because it was the last night, so they couldn't throw us home. We were going home the next day, and we just went into the kitchen, took all of this artificial smoke we had because we did some of our own meats down there to make cold cuts and stuff like that. We just poured it in the pool. The next morning, it smelled in the entire camp of this fake smoke. So everyone just hated us. And they kicked us out of bed at like 5 in the morning. And what the F did you do?
Oh,
I don't know. Well, put me on a plane and send me home. Why don't you? You have to clean it. No, I have to catch a bus and see you later. I've been here for 372 days and 14 hours. I'm going home. See you later, boys.
Well, and there's a lot of people whenever they do brisket, they'll put it in a crock pot, cook it, for 8 hours, or they'll do their roast the same way. Like, if you're going to do a roast, do a Mississippi pot roast, because it's super simple and really, really tasty. And you're using an au jus mix, a ranch mix, about a stick of butter, and you just cut it up into smaller pats and set it all over the top of it. And then the peppers are a pepperoncini. So like the pepperoncinis that you find like on a Greek salad. So those kind of little pepperoncinis, you get about 6 of those and throw them in there. Don't add all the juice and everything. And then the butter makes the liquid. Cook it for about 8 hours. And you end up with like the perfect pot roast. It's a chuck roast that you use for that.
Yeah, I had smoked ham. We have that. That's for New Year's or Christmas here. And hot dogs, yeah, they're lightly smoked, but they don't get. What I can't stand is that artificial smoke flavor that they add to make it seem like a barbecue thing.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
No, but smoked herring or smoked eel or smoked ham and stuff like that's really good. I showed on one of my channels, we do smoked cheese in my island. That's a thing. I hate it. You put wet straw in and smoke the cheese. It's so nasty.
Yeah, it can be. Greedy Bloke was asking how do you cook? How long do I cook my pork? How do you cook your long pork? Oh,
long pork. Gotcha. Yeah, long pork.
I don't know what long pork is.
Well, it's the other white meat.
Yeah, I guess that's a tenderloin.
No, it could be a loin. It could be a bit of the other white meat.
Oh, the other white meat. Gotcha. Yeah.
Oh, we do you do those with, I don't know if you call it grønlangkål, where to take the spinach sauce. Oh, that's so great. And brown potatoes. Oh, that's good.
I understand, Valhalla. Soylent Green. Got it.
That's but I just think, because when people see something from, especially we had when you did the Grill Master shows, then it became something over here, and it was just, people got way into it, and every house had to have at least 5 grills and a grill starter and a gas grill, and and no one could do it. There was still just the stupid thin slices of meat and a couple of sausages. But everyone was talking about it.
That. I don't understand why you get all that if you're not going to use it properly.
Because you had it on your porch, so everyone could see you had it.
Oh, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. So
yeah, I did a brisket chili. It's so far the best one that I've done, and I'm just I use the smoked brisket for it. I just save about 2 pounds of it, and then it's just a bunch of beans and tomatoes and crushed tomato, chopped tomato, peppers, poblanos.
It must be close to 4 p.m. So if they're gonna do it today again, I don't like it has taken them this long. Now we're in the point territory.
Yeah, now we're in that area where they're just determining if they're going to get maybe not guilty of one, but the lesser and included or whatever.
Yeah, or there's just this stupid stubborn person sitting there saying, "But why would they charge her 4 times if she didn't do it? I don't believe you." I'm pre-gaming for tomorrow. It's Little Friday.
That's right. I should pour myself one also. And then yeah. I understand why I don't trust juries and my concern on yesterday. Of course. That is always a concern. I'm still a little aggravated with the prosecution, and I think they were pulling shady stuff. And the judge, he didn't.
Yeah,
he was much better on this go these last few days because I don't think he was convinced.
No, and I think he jumped onto the prosecution wagon a few times where I didn't think he should have done it.
At the very beginning, especially.
Yeah. Dark chocolate with chili is great. Dark chocolate goes well in a heavier dish.
Yes, I use dark chocolate and cinnamon. Yeah, cinnamon. So cinnamon, dark chocolate. But the dark chocolate goes in at the very end.
Yeah,
if I'm going to do it,
just to give it that little bit of sweetness, but not the overly sweet thing. Yeah, there is lesser included. There are lesser. I can't remember what the rules are for SNR. But there are lesser included, and that's a big problem.
Voluntary, I believe, manslaughter.
They don't know it's the 4th time. They probably do because it's been going on since 2012. But there has been multiple times they have brought in prior testaments, so they probably can figure it out.
Yeah, and I would almost bet that there's someone on the jury that knows a lot more about this case than they let on. And we're very biased coming in there. Like no matter what the defense said, they could have shown that another person on camera committing the crime, and that person was already biased to the point of they would have chosen.
The state put them on trial. They wouldn't do it if they hadn't done it. Yeah, I'll be pulling a day duty on Monday. I'll be back doing the trial, the second part of the trial I did on Monday. So that'll be interesting too. So I hope this is over before, so I don't have to rush home again like I did the last time.
Oh God, yeah,
but
that would suck.
I hope so too.
Yeah, because doing the
if this goes into the weekend, I would sequester the jury at that point.
Yeah, because now they have we're past 9 hours.
Yeah, if I was the judge and they come in on Friday, it'd be like, okay, so Friday, what we're going to do is you're going to sit there. If you don't come back with a verdict on Friday, then we're going to sequester you for the whole weekend.
Yeah. Not to pressure them into anything, but just to let them know so they have time to concentrate over the weekend.
We want to make sure that you're completely concentrated on this for the whole weekend. If it goes into the weekend, yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, but again, they could be sitting in there and just be counting how much they're gonna convict her.
Sorry, I can't join this StreamYard. This is all one-sided.
Well, we might be one-sided because
we watched
that's what we got from the trail. But we're happy to hear what other people think.
Yeah, I'd like to see somebody come up with the
smoking gun.
irrefutable proof. Yeah, the smoking gun, anything.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to hear it. That came from the trial.
Yeah.
Point it out in the trial. What day? What time?
Yep.
That did it for you.
And we had during the trial we had Iris who raised some valid points, and I think we are kind of open-minded, even though we have our opinions. We welcome every opinion, and you might not feel we're right, and we might not feel you're wrong, but that doesn't make us. Everyone has a say so, and
absolutely. You can
we
just
have
put it right.
Christine.
Yeah, you can just put it right there in the chat. Yeah, just put it right there in the chat. You'll be good to go to let us know what you think.
Yeah.
Point it out. We're listening.
We had Christine on yesterday who thought she was guilty.
Yeah.
So we don't say anything, but I won't put you on screen if I don't know who you are. YouTube is funny that way. I like to vet my guests before they go on. It's a precaution. I'm sure you are a nice person, but that's just the way. So if you have a YouTube channel or something, so I could watch you, if we go into tomorrow, I'll happily have you on to explain what it is. But it's just I don't open up StreamYard and have accidents happen.
Yeah, we've had that happen before. I've seen it happen with the expert.
Yeah, and that's so it's not because I don't want to hear opposing opinions, but I just like to see that it's not something that I'm not allowed to show.
Oh, it's not about. Well, you don't have to have a YouTube channel, but we just like to we do tend to vet people out because it's not just Baker's channel. If it was Baker's channel by himself, I would say don't do it, but it's my channel also, and I'm saying don't do it.
Yeah. So it's not because we don't value differing opinions, because we can all learn, and I'd like to hear about it. They have been totaling close to 10 hours if I can do my math. So yeah, I can't tell you exactly, but it's close to 10 hours, and I would expect if they're not done, they should be coming back to court now and say go home for the day.
Yeah, bakers don't know math, do they?
Law
They
and
have to they have to measure stuff.
At 9 hours and 2 minutes so far.
Yeah, but that's from some time ago.
Well, they said over 2 days. 9 hours.
Yeah, but today alone they have been going for 7 hours.
Yeah, they only went time yesterday and then went home. But.
Yeah, I mean, I came into this not knowing anything about anything on here.
Yeah, and that's why I don't just open up. If it was someone I had seen in chat multiple times, I would have been more open to just send a StreamYard link. But we have all seen channels where you open up and the person comes on, and the second I open him up to the panel, boom, there's a peen, and it's not. I like a pretty peen, but still, most of them aren't that pretty. What are you drinking?
Oh.
Hey, Jackpot.
Woodford.
How are you?
I haven't tried that one.
Yep.
Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah, it's tasty. Tasty.
Hey, Jackpot. Oh, so it's a bit bit of the strong side.
Baker's drawings convince you, Bubble Grit? They are
No, I've edited Rabbit. I've edited Rabbit.
Yeah, but people you see around and, you know, try to act.
Somebody just random coming in your chat and being like, hey,
Yeah.
put me on screen.
It's another thing if you had been here for the entire trial and we have had our, not arguments, but
discussions over things. Yeah, absolutely. Then it makes it a little bit easier. Like I wouldn't have any problem bringing Fedorowski on. Yes, that's right. And I've been on with, and I've been on with Vielhammer before, so I can vouch for Vielhammer.
Why don't they come on and say their piece? I want to hear.
Well, Vielhammer's not disagreeing.
No,
but
I just like hearing people talk like what they.
I would love, especially when we've been sitting here for 6 hours, 57 minutes, and 90 seconds. I would love to hear someone who sees it a different way, because I'm wondering why it takes so long, and I'm afraid it's because they're looking. They have one or two holdouts, and then they started to say, "But could we agree on a lesser included?" Instead of saying, "Get your act together. She's clearly not guilty." So, no, and Chloe, it's fine. If you don't want to come on, but you can still write it in the chats. That and I think it's, I don't know. It's kind of weird jumping on. Never written anything before. The first thing is give me a StreamYard link. To me, that's a bit of a red flag.
Yeah. And
it's not because I think he's a communist.
No, not that guy. Vielhammer, what about you? We've been on streams before. I would trust you.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know if I could trust you around the ladies, because I've heard your voice. The ladies would be like really moist there for you. You think Baker's cookies are moist? They would be mopping the floor.
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Let's go.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have his information. I might have him in Discord.
I think we are friends on X or whatever it's called. I don't know if he's has his thingy bingy open. I hate to search
his thingy. You gotta search for his thingy.
No, but it's just annoying to on the PC when you're used to do it on the telephone.
Yeah. Someone around here.
Can you invite from your side? No, you can't do that. Can you? Can you invite people from your StreamYard?
Can I invite people from what?
Yeah, to this stream.
I think
or
so.
Is it only me?
I can send invites to them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but I probably still have to wet them or to say hello to it. Say good. Hey, Shelby.
Because like when EU and Sal were doing their dual stream, like EU would send me things and I'd get on hers and she would have to like let me on or whatever. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, whoever's running the stream is the person that lets them on. I have no control over letting people on.
Yeah, it might be, but still, if you're getting $15 to be there all day, no amount of free pizza could sway me.
No.
It's probably that's the problem.
I got it.
Baldur's Gate, the new one. I've heard different things about it. Not everyone loves it.
I got Vielhammer. Let me see.
Yeah, I have sent him an invite.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, he's the one that fixed up the sound of the video for MLS. Vielhammer is the one that straightened that up and also did the intro for Zachariah Anderson, or
Yeah.
Zach Anderson.
You need to connect either your mic or your cam before I can add you, or you cam and then just go on your avatar.
Yeah, he doesn't do cam. I don't think. I think he's just.
No, but he has to have his avatar set up for it to come on, because it says device not connected. So he just have to turn on his cam and stop
He was
the
giving
cam.
video editing lessons. That's why.
He'll be here in a second. So I have some entertainment, because I could really.
I'm not very
take
entertaining.
Sorry,
Am I
we're
not?
entertaining.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're
man.
not entertaining enough.
Am I not following you on Twitter? I believe I'm following you on Twitter.
I don't know.
No, because we use Discord to connect to each other.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I think we do. I don't know. When you don't use it, you don't think about it.
Yeah.
There we go.
I do believe we follow each other.
And Cheesy's going to set up everybody for disappointment.
Hey.
See, told you. Ladies should get all excited now.
Oh, of course, now I can't hear anything.
We can hear you.
There we go.
Yeah, so
Hello.
this guy's a verified audio engineer.
Nice.
Verified.
Verified. Say that again.
Verified.
Verified. So how are you?
I am well. I'm going to disappoint you guys, though, because I really don't have a different opinion.
No.
But
what do you
he needs
think?
someone to talk.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think about it?
So I didn't get to catch every single day, but what I did catch, I don't think, regardless of whether or not she did it, I don't think they proved that she did anything. And that is what matters, is whether or not they actually proved it or not.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing that you guys had mentioned Zachariah earlier. I know there's hundreds of other people that are in the same situation, but it's they didn't prove anything. So, yeah.
What from what they did show in the trial, did you have in a moment like us where it was just you couldn't believe what they were saying?
Actually, I think I joined on Door Day, and Door Day.
I am following you.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
No, it's a Shizzy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Chloe asked if I. I don't know why the question. Now we have another guest here. I can run to the toilet.
Oh.
Jesus.
Have fun. Don't shake it more than once.
Don't fall in.
Or you shake it more than once.
Yeah, more than once, but less than 5, because then it's something else you're doing.
Yeah.
What, checking for? That's like an exam, right?
Yeah. But no, it's the door thing. That was just stupidity to me. If anybody's ever tried to get into a door before, even if it's your own, there's ways to do it that don't look super weird like that. And not to mention, that as Baker would say, 60 inches away was glass. Yeah.
Yeah, that I had a hard time resolving that.
Yeah. That's it seems like you get in some of these cases, and I'm not saying it happened in this case, but it just seems like in some of these instances you have people trying to put pieces together of a story that just don't make any sense, and it's would anybody genuinely believe that? Really?
Well, apparently someone has, because they're taking this much time, so somebody's believing their story that they put together.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me, but
Did you find her route and her phone calls suspicious? I'm just curious.
No, not that I recall. I think I was in and out on that day, but Not that I remember anything like that stood out to me, because like I don't know. Sometimes like I take different routes to get to the same place, like because I want to avoid like construction or whatever. Like it's a normal behavior to me.
Or you
Like if
know,
you
at
take a different
this
route.
point of this time of the day, this is not the route that you want to take. It might not be the most direct route, but you're like, yeah, this
Exactly.
this area gets, you've got 5 school zones to go through, for example, as compared to if I just go out of the way a little bit, I'm only going to have to deal with one.
Exactly. Like, I mean, as an example, so where I used to live, it'd snow a lot in the wintertime. And so there was a back route that I would take when it would snow because there was less idiots to deal with. Because it's not that I don't trust myself, it's I don't trust everyone else on the road. And so, but I would intentionally go out of the way to avoid all the people. And it's like, would that make me guilty of something? I mean, I guess under this logic.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff like that to me just it's innocuous behavior. It just it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
I agree, because like there's so many times, like I'm literally a person that will, some days I'll just take the long way because I just feel like driving.
Yeah.
And I don't have to explain myself to anybody, but you know what I mean? Like something like that's just that one time that something happens and they're like, yeah,
Well,
but
if I ever find my pickle at the bottom of the stairs in the basement, I'll make sure to point the finger at you because you were driving around erratically. It made no sense. It was Jamie.
Yeah.
Jamie hurt my pickle.
Well, and especially with her having her daughter, like, I mean, I don't have any kids, but my mom said I was tough growing up, and that was the only way to get me to go to sleep. And they would have to go drive around town for like 45 minutes. So it just makes so much sense to me. And then why did you go? Like, it's so crazy because then, like you said, she's in a traumatic situation and she may misremember something, and they just like they latch onto that so hard and make you look so crazy for doing that.
Mhm.
You know.
And you,
But
and yeah, well, and you see that exact thing in like multiple different things, like whether it's a police interrogation or even during trials and stuff, you see that exact thing get brought up. And like sometimes, yes, it can mean that somebody's hiding something, but on the same hand, it's like, hey, you just found your family slaughtered, and it's like, hey, let's go have a talk. And it's like, you're probably not going to remember everything in a clear mind because you have just experienced a traumatic event and nothing is going to make a whole lot of sense to you. Your brain's going to be all scattered. Sorry, the pun. But it's that's the kind of thing that like, it just, I get why people latch onto things like that. And when there's, when you can impeach somebody, if you want to use all the fancy legal stuff, then great. You can impeach somebody if they are something that they have told 2 different stories on. But if there's a logical explanation for it as to like, I don't know, that's a little hard to, because like, is it something subtle that was changed? Or is it like something that's massive that's changed? Oh, like I said, I was in Florida when then the next time I said, no, I was actually in, California. Like that's different. It's the saying like, oh, when I walked in the door, I took 3 steps to the left instead of 3 steps to the right. It's like, oh my God, that's just, horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
also like people may not agree with me, but I have the same, like our brains are so malleable, it's not even funny. So when you can convince yourself to, like, let's say, have you ever had a moment where you're just like, I swear I did that. I swear I did that. And you could swear up and down that you went that way or you did that thing, even though it didn't really happen that way. It happened just this, and it wasn't like huge difference, but like a little bit different. But you can like convince yourself that you like went this certain way or did this certain thing sometimes, especially a situation like that where it's very traumatic.
Well, and also it's not uncommon and I've had this happen to me before where I've left work and gotten home and do not remember the drive in between.
You're like,
because it's just this muscle memory, and I didn't break any laws or do anything illegal, at least that I know of, but I physically just don't remember the drive because you have that, whenever you have that muscle memory, and that's a possibility that what happened with her, just like from muscle memory, this is the route she normally would have taken. And so if you're telling her, hey, can you trace out the route that you took? She's just, from muscle memory sitting there trying to recall while dealing with all of these other feelings and thoughts that she hasn't come to deal with. And just by muscle memory, she goes, I went here, I went here, I went from here to 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 here. And that's all I can think of. And then after a couple of days where she's had time to process it, she's going, well, how in the hell did I end up at the McDonald's over here? Oh, because yeah. So I went up actually this way, or they show her proof that no, you went to this place instead. Just like, I mean, it's just muscle memory. I'm just going by where I thought I would have gone.
Or
and when
people
you're
something,
and when you
did do that. Oh yeah, I did do that.
yeah, but when you're retelling a story, if you're not, as you say, you're writing on muscle memory or stuff like that, your mind automatically fills the gaps because your mind is made to fill patterns,
Yes.
like patterns. So it'll automatically say, well, if I was here at this time, I must have been here at that time. And you're totally convinced. That's why you can't use a lie detector for anything, because your mind believes and as long as you believe it, you can't pick it up on a lie detector. That's why I'm wondering why they want to do a lie detector on the Murdoch case, because it's not admissible in court.
Oh,
Yeah.
and it's not reliable at all either.
No,
It just looks bad to the public.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
And it
because
sounds so good.
Well,
But
and I think the original reason that lie detectors were created was because if someone believed that they're going to be caught in a lie, 9 times out of 10, they're just going to tell the truth. If they feel that they're going to be caught in a lie, they're just like, yeah, there's no point in doing it. I can try, but it's not going to happen. So and that's for people that aren't used to lying.
Yeah, but while we're still waiting, and I have bad news. It took them 27 hours to reach a verdict in the third trial. So, but
Jesus!
While we have Wilhammer on, I thought we could watch this.
Oh,
if it's not too, but are you going to be on, or are you just making the intro?
So there is more to this. This is just the kind of the intro promo for it. Unless something like really bad happens, the plan is not for me to be on. But I will be providing a full length video for them to kind of go over like kind of the highlights of stuff. So that's kind of the idea. So, and I did not do all the work on it myself. I'm not taking all the credit for it.
We're not doing that right now.
Oh, we have people.
But they're sending them home.
Oh God. I hope not.
We're back on the matter of 1180 CR 0128, the Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala,
Sure,
currently on trial.
Or maybe they're saying, hey, we can't decide. Well,
Great success. It's not that he put that. It does a scrolling of letters as it's going through. So it just where it was stopped at stopped on a B. So
yeah.
That's all it was.
County Record is now back in session. Please be seated.
Come on. I don't want to sit there again today.
Right. Members of the jury, we're going to break for the day.
Yep.
Once again, I will instruct you not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other, now that we have stopped your deliberations for the day. I will also instruct you again not to conduct any form of outside research or investigation concerning this case or anything related to this case, to avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, as well as avoiding any and all media coverage of this case. Have a pleasant evening, and I'll ask that you be back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
It's ridiculous.
It took 27 hours in the third trial where she was convicted.
Oh, where she was convicted?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should keep them sequestered for the whole weekend. I really do.
Because I mean, it's so small too. Like, who knows what people are saying out there? Like, literally.
Yeah. And some of them, the ones who didn't get the map, will be looking at a map this afternoon.
Yeah.
Of course, they would never do that because the judge told them not to do it, but they will.
9 o'clock?
Thank you.
Thank you.
They say 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock, I
9
think is what they
9
said.
o'clock.
Oh,
Go back.
It sounded like he said 10 o'clock.
I think he said 10.
He's at 9 o'clock to the jury.
Oh.
So we can get this tab and set.
To avoid contact with avoiding. Have a pleasant evening, and I'll ask that you be back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Thank you.
9 o'clock?
Apparently we have bad ears.
Yeah.
Okay. 9 o'clock?
Thank
you. 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Well, when he said it the second time, it sounded like.
Yeah, it was muffled because he took his mask back up. But let's see this intro before we end today's show. This is made by Mr. Wheelhammer, and I think it's really good.
Those tiny little moments throughout somebody's life, nobody accounts for those. But what they do a really good job of is making up all of these things that they want you to believe when they can label you as a monster. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great work.
And I would also be remiss to not mention that Nicholas Staroff is also hosting a stream on Friday. I believe is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. Where he's going to be drinking for money, and I believe all the money is going to go towards helping Zach's legal fund. So
And a lot of people will be stopping by and and encourage him to hurt himself a little bit more in the name of the unguilty people. But a few ones before we end. I gave Brandon a wrench. This could be my last stream. No, Brandon is a good guy. He just comes off a bit rough on the edges to you, Iris, because we know you have a little crush on him. Yeah, and this is why I think the guy who wasn't allowed to have the map of Western Massachusetts will totally, absolutely not be doing any research tonight.
Not a bit. They would never do that. They know better.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Exactly. Jessica Fletcher will be sitting at home with her Karen's haircut, but hopefully it's someone who did like we did. Go into Google Maps and say it's only a 17 minutes drive to the place he got his new pants. There have been lots of motions, but now it's turned over to the jury. You can't do anything. The only thing you can ask for them to be sequestered.
Well, and here's the problem. Here's the problem with somebody going home and doing that kind of research. All it takes is one other juror to say they went home and they looked stuff up. the only reason we know it is because they brought this information back to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that person will be removed from the jury immediately.
Yeah, but still, they have been sitting in there talking, and they have some of them has reached some kind of conclusion. Either we don't know which way it would lead them, but they want to know what it is. So, yeah. So, luckily, I'll be back again tomorrow. I was thinking about going out and buying some paint and
sniffing it.
Maybe. So. Sometimes these trials make you lose the will to live.
Yeah, don't sniff paint. It's not good for you. It gets
success.
It's stuck in the nasal cavity, and I mean,
yeah.
Great success. That's totally in the control of the judge. He can tell them, "Here's a question." I'm pretty sure everyone could recommend Wheelhammer if they have some suggestions to make. But what do you think, Wheelhammer? That's your call.
I guess you can recommend me. I mean, I guess it's depending on what you mean, like to do things for them. Yeah, like I've helped MLS with the Whitmer thing, but I have quite a large backlog at the moment. Plus, yeah, people have been asking to like, hey, can you show us how to do things? So there might be some stuff coming on that too. So we'll see.
Well, but if you just go and give him a little followy poo on YouTube, you will see some of the great work he's doing. Because, God dang it, why can't they make court audio in 2023?
I know.
There's better court audio in the Jody case than there's in new cases.
Mm-hmm. Well, and yeah, the Jody one was still pretty rough.
Yeah, but the one we watched yesterday with Reginald O'Neill III.
Reginald, it's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can't hear him yell.
The spongehead guy.
Yeah.
Spongehead, square brain.
Oh, there it is.
What do you mean? Going down.
The evidence will show.
Evidence will show.
That guy's hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the big problem, that we get kind of a dark humor when we're watching cases, because we've watched a lot of idiots, to be fair.
Yeah.
Oh, look, MG got a new wrench.
And a few people that are guilty and not guilty of stuff, but usually we watch a bunch of idiots.
Like for sure. But yeah, the audio thing, like it's not for a lack of being able to. It's for, I think in some cases it's just a lack of not wanting to. I think that's honestly the case, because there's obviously things, the barrier has been lowered so much to actually get good quality audio in courtrooms. There's no excuse not to. There's just no excuse.
We had when I was in the city council, we had small mics, and then everyone had a speaker on the mic, so you got it back, and then they tried to put it up in the ceiling, so the whole room, and it didn't work. And there's nothing like government workers trying to make something work, and half the people forgot that you had to push the button to talk, and it's and in half of the courtrooms you still have to press the button to get online, and you can't have more than 2 people talking at a time, and you're just sitting there thinking, oh my God, why can't this why can't they just fix this? So
yeah, you just got to have a loud booming voice like mine, because whenever I talk, there's people will pay attention.
I have many a time I've said I'm pretty sure I can talk loud enough to the people so people can hear me, but then you have these people who
Look at you, so proud of your kid.
yeah, and that's but it's only 2023, so and everyone has been doing Zoom for the last 3 years. They should know. What's the first thing you learn when you go on YouTube? Get a good mic.
Audio is king.
You don't
Audio
have
is
to have a
king.
good mic. You can have a decent mic. You don't have to get like a
No, but you have to have at least decent audio, because you can have a cam like this and people will still listen to it, especially if you have that good old voice.
Yeah, I mean, you can have like my webcam has you know, a microphone on there, but that's you're going to have that webcam sound. It's going to sound like this.
We can't hear anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And you're going to hear the room and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's multi-directional, so you get that stupid what's
You get
it
echo.
called?
It's reverb.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, and it's just and audio is just king, and you can tell it when you replay some of your videos and thinking, "Oh my God, I have to put something near where I'm speaking because it's just hitting off the walls and getting right back in it." So that's
yeah. I want to say my first stream I had this microphone was on this stand, and all it took was me just touching my desk, and it was boom. Great. And you don't notice it until you go back and listen. You're like, oh, I guess I should do that.
And it's crazy, like, because it all depends, and you can get super nerdy into this stuff as to, like, you know, I'm gonna guess that you guys are probably using USB mics, probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When you start getting into the XLR world, until you start getting into all kinds of different other issues, like, and then you can also run into issues where, like, right now I'm sitting right in front of the microphone, but as I'm going to move my head to the side of it, and you'll start to hear what the actual problem is that you really can't start to hear me now, because I'm not in front of the microphone like I was.
Right.
And so you start to run into all kinds of other issues, like this doesn't pick up all the extra sound, but you also have to keep this thing right in front of your face too.
Right.
So there's all kinds of problems.
Yeah, and that's what I love. Everything every video on YouTube is all these how to get rich fast, how to grow a million is get the 1080p cam and 60 FPS. No, because YouTube can't run that, so that's not important. But everyone will notice if your mic sounds like this or if it sounds like this when you're talking. No one will stay if that's the sound on your channel. But they can live with a potato cam.
Yeah. And the proof of this is, so, and not that any of us are affiliated with it, Joe Rogan's podcast. It's the largest podcast in the world. And 90% or whatever the number is, it's a really high percentage of it. It's audio only. There's only a very small portion of it that watches the video. And what does that say? There's a reason for it.
Yeah, because a lot of people just like Jamie got into this world because she was working and sitting at home and listening, and I did the same. I was watching Rackets and Vices and all these people when they had cases, and I did stuff in my house, and I'm stupid enough to get in front of the camera, so now I do nothing, and my house just. I was hoping I had tomorrow off so I could clean my house, but.
Yeah.
Saturday it is.
Well, tomorrow I'll be on and off.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, she will say that. She will be saying it. No, because Friday is my day that I don't work except for in the shop. So I may you may hear me on the crappy audio, but I can actually mute that out and sit there and run my saw. No, I shouldn't be out there all day, but I will be stopping by to give Nick a hard time because, well, that's what you got to do. We can take turns. watching this and then going and harassing Nick.
Yeah, put on the word game and make Iris happy.
Yeah, lunchtime. Just do that.
Yeah. I'm not addicted to live streaming, but you get into a groove, and when you're in the groove, you want to stay in the groove. And the second I turn off the camera, I don't want to turn it on ever again. And then I wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and MG has sent me a link, and I'm thinking, well, I could just pop on for a minute, and then it's been a long day again. But as long as people are willing to watch us do it, let's give them some entertainment. And more than 500 people has been by here all day, so.
Yeah,
Can't
hit
complain
that
about
like.
that one.
Make sure you're subbed. All these fine people, except for Jamie. If you sub to her, she will come and hunt you down and break your kneecaps with her eyelashes.
They are lethal.
Painful.
Hey, Julie. Still no verdict. They were sent home again just like 10-20 minutes ago. We'll start up again at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, which will be, I have to math, you're 8 hours behind me or in front of me, so it will be around 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. your time. So fun times indeed, as Tuck always say. And guys, gals, Wilhelmer, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah.
Jamie, we can't do this show without you. And Shizzy, I'll send you a link sometime when I get eyes tomorrow. I think I'll go and lay on my couch and just watch something that doesn't involve waiting for a verdict to come back.
Yeah, I think I want to go for a long walk with my wife.
Yeah. Love you all. Love Jamie the most. See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Thank you.